floors be open. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders. Government bills commons.
C4. An act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Ms. Mihaichuk, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moves that Bill C4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act be concurred in at report stage.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Oui.
Yes. Carried.
On division, adopté avec...
Carried on division.
Si.
Thank you.
Ms. Mihaichuk, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moves that Bill C4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, members. It's my pleasure to be here once again to speak to the House about this legislative package which will help all Canadians, businesses, and workers. And that's really the ultimate purpose of this bill, to reduce conflict and ensure that our economy will be working as harmoniously as possible so that we can create jobs and have a healthy, strong economy, which is what every single member of this House is working towards. So this is the final reading of Bill C4. Our relations with the labour movement are not based on conflict and should not. Rather, the solution and the best approach is collaboration. We believe in cooperation with the labour movement because it benefits all Canadians. This was a promise that our leader made in the last year through the election campaign and introduced through the legislation known as C4. Mr. Speaker, we believe that our system of open negotiations serves in the interest of both the employer and employee, as was clearly evident in the recent negotiations between Canada Post and CUPW. This bill not only is a significant step forward, it also has a strong symbolic value. It sends the message that a partnership, rather than adversity, is now the basis of our relationship. Our government takes an approach to labour relations that's based on collaboration, respect, and engagement, not the conservative approach. We believe in fairness and justice for Canadians. Truth be told, Mr. Speaker, the labour movement has been an essential building block for a stable and strong economy, which we have now in our country, as well as a fair and inclusive society. The labour movement provides a collective voice for workers in their negotiations with employers. Unions have had a historical concern for the interests of the middle class, whether they're members or not members, and strive for fair wages for all workers. And they've been instrumental. In fact, they have been central in the movement to achieve fairness for women in the workplace, Indigenous workers, for workers with disabilities, and for all workers across this land. Mr. Speaker, this is in harmony with our values and our thinking as a government. This is also in harmony with our values and thinking as Canadians. This is why we believe our labour laws should be balanced and fair. Why have we put so much effort into this piece of legislation? Simply stated, we wanted to restore fairness and balance in labour relations because it's been missing for the previous 10 years. The objective of Bill C-4 is to repeal the legislative changes brought in by C-377 and C-525 and supported by the previous government and delivered via backdoor, sneaky approach to governing. The situation is very straightforward. These two bills upset the balance that has been carefully maintained for years. They upset a balance that ensured fair treatment for employers and workers, and that served as a solid foundation for collective bargaining and for our economy. Mr. Speaker, I don't mind calling what it is. Those bills were anti-union legislation, and we are now correcting the state of affairs. During the committee hearings, we heard from a number of key stakeholders who provided specifics about the serious flaws in C-77 and C-525. For example, consider the fact that C-377 forces labour organization and labour trusts to provide very detailed financial information such as expenses, assets, debts, salaries of certain individuals and other information to CRA. This private information would then be publicly available on that website. They would also have to provide details on the time spent on political and lobbying activities, as well as any activities not directly related to labour relations. Thankfully, the Minister of National Revenue has already taken steps to suspend these obligations in 2016, while Parliament has been examining Bill C-4. Mr. Speaker, we must all understand that if this key financial information, including strike funds, were made public, these measures would put unions at a huge disadvantage because employers are not required to publicly disclose similar financial information. It's totally unfair and unbalanced. As well, Bill C-377 imposes a large financial and administrative burden on labour organization and labour trusts, information that is not required from others. Why would unions be the only ones forced to comply with these requirements while other organizations, including professional organizations, would be exempt? Frankly, it's difficult to see how this legislation could actually benefit hard-working Canadians. Mr. Speaker, some think that C-377 was necessary to improve fiscal transparency. They say that it was necessary to guarantee public access to information. I fail to see the link between C-377 and transparency. The rules contained in 377 are one-sided and discriminate against unions, and they upset the balance in labour relations. They add nothing to the current regime. We already have legislation in place to ensure that unions are financially accountable to their members at both the federal and provincial levels. For example, Section 110 of the Canadian Labour Code requires unions and employer organizations to provide financial statements to their members upon request and free of charge. This is more than sufficient to ensure that both parties can negotiate in balanced conditions. Mr. Speaker, we knew from the onset that Bill C-377 was unnecessary and redundant. Not only does it disadvantage unions during the collective bargaining process, it also is an impediment to the actual bargaining process itself. This bill brings me to Bill C-525. This bill has made changes to the Canadian Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, and the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and affects how unions are certified and decertified. It replaces the previous card check system with a mandatory vote system, despite the fact that the traditional system worked well for decades and there was little pressure to change it. In fact, the Conservatives hide the evidence in a Labour Department report that showed the success of the card check approach. Shameful, Mr. Speaker. C-525 makes it harder for unions to be certified as collective bargaining agents and makes it easier for bargaining agent to be decertified. But it's not just a problem for unions. Consider the implications to the Canada Industrial Relations Board and the Public Service Relations and Employment Board. These boards are responsible for the full cost and logistic responsibilities involved in holding representation votes. Under these changes, the Canadian Industrial Relations Board is required to hold a vote to certify a union not just in roughly 20% of the cases where less than a majority of workers have signed union cards, but in all cases. That translates into roughly 5 times the board's current workload. Unions now have to obtain support from 40% of workers before a mandatory secret ballot vote can be held. That is a great way to ensure that unionization process is as complicated as possible. Perhaps more alarmingly, Mr. Speaker, the changes also mean that the process is more susceptible to employer interference. During our committee hearings, Dr. Sarah Sin, Associate Professor at York University's Osgoode Hall Law School, agreed. She stated, employees require greater protection from employer interference under a vote system. These include access to expedited unfair labour practice procedures and more substantial interim remedies, but such necessary protections were not provided by Bill C-525. Mr. Speaker, it's evident that C-525 doesn't represent a positive contribution to labour relations in Canada, not to mention, Mr. Speaker, that it was simply not necessary. The card check certification process that had been in place in the federal jurisdiction for decades had worked well. We see no need to change that. Bill C-4 represents the kind of positive contribution that we want to see and that Canadians deserve. Mr. Speaker, this action to repeal C-377 and 525 is part of a larger effort to repair damaged relationships with those who are the ones producing prosperity and quality of life for Canadians. Our premise is simple on this side. We know that working people are not the enemy. We also know that a backdrop of conflict and mistrust cannot be productive for either side when it comes to reach agreements. I'm not implying that all is perfectly smooth and that there are not points of contention between us and the labour movement. The point here is that discussions must take place on a level playing field and in setting of respect and transparency. Canada watched as recent negotiations stalled between Canada Post and the Canadian Union of Postal Workers, and we were asked if we would get involved and introduce back-to-work legislation. But we didn't go there. We respected the process, and alone, together, Canada Post and CUPW came to a tentative agreement. We're also seeing this in provincial jurisdictions. Earlier this week, General Motors of Canada and Unifor came to their own tentative agreement without any work stoppage. So our conviction in collective bargaining process is not misplaced. We're seeing real problems turn into real results through respect at all levels. You give a little and you get a little. We know that the labour movement deserves fairness from the federal government, and we have delivered in C-4. Mr. Speaker, this is only one of a number of initiatives that we are undertaking to improve the workplace in this country, and we're just getting started. Not only do we have a focus on fairness, the fact is, in many respects, we have to get with the times. In this respect, we have pledged to amend the Canada Labour Code to allow workers the right to formally request flex work arrangements from their employers. This will help federally regulated workers to balance their professional and personal responsibilities. We're also working on reforms that facilitate flex parental leave, which will allow parents to create a plan that makes sense for their unique family and workplace circumstances as they expand their families. Both those initiatives are good for the middle class, good for our economy. Mr. Speaker, we are also putting forward many other measures that will benefit hard-working Canadians and their families. Now, I hope that in both our actions and our words, you can see that our government is committed to achieving real results for Canadians. When it comes to dealings with the labour movement, I am the first to admit that we might not always agree on everything, but it's essential that our larger relationship be based on trust. Our rapport is built on the bedrock of common goals due on many other fronts, including ensuring fair and equitable conditions for workers and building a sustainable economy. Mr. Speaker, let me remind my honourable colleagues that we can only achieve these goals by having frank and honest discussions about the things that matter, by sticking to our values, by never forgetting just who we're here to represent. As I've said before, sound labour relations are essential for protecting the rights of Canadian workers and helping the middle class grow and prosper. I want to thank you for your time and attention and the ability to put these comments on the record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Alors, la députée de Louis Saint.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll have the opportunity in just a few moments to speak to this further, but I'll go back to something the minister said earlier.
Is able to kill two former bills have been adopted by the prestigious legislature, Bill C-377 and Bill C-525. And the minister referred to those bills as backdoor. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but as far as I'm concerned, every bill and every member are front door bill and front door member. There is no back door here. So I offered the opportunity to the Honourable Minister to rise up and recognize that she made a mistake. If not, can she rise up and recognize that the bill tabled a few weeks ago by the Honourable Maurice Bélanger has, concerning the national anthem, is also a backdoor bill.
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Speaker, the reference to a backdoor bill is, of course, the way that the bill was introduced by the previous government, not by the government itself, but actually by a private member and by special negotiations, and that when it comes to something as significant as a labour relation bill, would be important for a government position to have brought forward the legislation. That's the point, that we are here to say our Liberal government is supporting Bill C-4.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, having fought hard against the Conservative anti-union bills, of course, we on this side and me personally welcome the changes tabled by the government today. The rights of working people have been under attack for too long. I agree with the minister when she mentioned that. And the repeal of the Conservative bill is really a very good first step. But of course, I'm going to remind the government there's so much more to do. The minister did mention the need to do more reform, and that will be coming. But my question is, as the government plans to move forward with labour policy reform, I'm just wondering, why would we review bad legislation that is contentious and unconstitutional, and I guess I would ask the minister to immediately repeal all the provisions of the previous government C4 and really restore balance and fair collective bargaining in the public service. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is true that the previous government had a political agenda to attack the labour movement, I think quite unwarranted, and that they took provisions that went well beyond fair and reasonable, became ideological, and based on political rhetoric rather than the facts. We've seen over and over again many organizations which have harmonious employer-employee relationships that result in the company actually growing because of it. And so there's no reason to fear the labour movement. In fact, a better way for economic development is to work in partnership with the workers, who often have the very innovative entrepreneurial ideas that can benefit all companies, including their own. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saint-Boniface, Saint-Vital.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The minister on this bill, her hard work and her committee's hard work, or the committee's hard work on Bill C4 to restore fairness and balance to the collective bargaining process. I'm wondering if the minister can offer some insight or analysis about how important fairness and balance is, given that the Canada Post negotiations over the last few months. I'm wondering if the minister would offer some insight on how important the fairness and balance is for our labour relations in this country.
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the Canada Post negotiations are a good example of how collective bargaining can work. There was suspicion and resentment at the table, and in fact for months had not seen any significant movement on finding a deal. Both sides, I think, in fairness, thought that the government would rush in with back-to-work legislation, like what happened by the Conservatives in the last round of negotiating. Once they realized that the government was not going to be heavy-handed, and indeed they had to get down to the business of finding a solution, they were able, right, to actually pass the last minute with an extension and help from a mediator that we brought in to find a deal. And those deals are never easy. They're deals of compromise. They're deals where both sides have to give. But what it does prove is that collective bargaining works. Thank you.
Comments. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister of Employment and Unifor for a wonderful speech. We've seen in the House this week the despicable, shameful actions of the Liberal Party paying off its political friends, Jerry Butts, Katie Telfer, wasting millions of dollars of taxpayers' money paying off friends. We've seen, when you look at Elections Canada, the top 10 third-party spenders were unions supporting this party. How do you sit there and not accept that this is just more political payback of Liberals to their friends for supporting them?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, a little bit of historic reflection might indicate that many unions are actually supporting the third party, called the New Democratic Party, much more in terms of their political donations. And I'm hoping to convince them to start investing in a progressive Liberal Party. But in effect, Canadians, each and every Canadian can support the political party that they choose. We, as our Prime Minister has indicated, is we want to establish a fair and balanced relationship with the labour movement, and hopefully we'll gain their confidence in the next election.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Regina Leuven.
Mr. Speaker, certainly working people need access to collective bargaining in the workplace, but they also need access to employment insurance when they are laid off. Yesterday, Statistics Canada reported EI figures for July, the first month in which extended benefits took effect. Now, as one would expect, that led to an overall increase in the number of beneficiaries across Saskatchewan, except in Regina, which this government has excluded from extended benefits. The number of recipients went down as laid-off workers ran out of benefits. Now, Mr. Speaker, I did an adjournment debate on this question on Monday. The Minister of Labour and her parliamentary secretary did not show up, so instead I got a response from the parliamentary secretary for Northern Affairs, which really didn't explain the decision to exclude Regina from extended EI benefits. So I'm wondering if the minister could let us know why this government is continuing to keep Regina out of extended EI benefits.
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We were very proud to provide extra benefits to those communities and areas that were hit the hardest by the commodities downturn. Both hard rock and soft rock were hit in the last 4 years. Regina is an outstanding example of a diversified economy that has resisted some of the most challenging economic situations. Because of their innovative and hard-working prairie spirit, they've done better than most cities, and we're all very proud of Regina. There is always going to be cases where there's a certain area that's next door to an area that's more impacted that did not get included. I understand that, but we must celebrate the success that Regina's had in terms of its very strong, robust economy.
We have time for just one more short question and response. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for her speech and for correcting the balance that's necessary in this country as it relates to the labour movement and the business community. I just want to remind my colleagues on the opposite side that there's a big discussion going on in different countries around the world, one being Brexit, the other being in the U.S., as it relates to the benefits of certain kinds of agreements vis-a-vis the working person in those countries. The whole objective, I think, from a larger value issue is the abilities of the working man and woman to be able to get good benefits for their labour. So I want to commend the Minister for doing that and the beginnings of a process of making sure that the labour movement plays its historical role here in Canada. Now, with the structure changing, Mr. Speaker, I just want to ask the Minister this one question. As the economy shifts and things change, the importance of changing the Canada Labour Code is extremely important, and maybe she could give us some insight as to what those changes can be to improve the abilities of working men and women to be in the labour force.
The Honourable Minister of Employment. A short response, please.
Well, we will be making changes to the Labour Code, and we have been consulting on a tripartite basis with Labour, with employers, and with the people of Canada and this House to make those changes to the Labour Code. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I always enjoy standing up and speaking in the House, but in this case, I would have preferred not to have to do this, to speak to Bill C-4, because today, Mr. Speaker, this is not a very nice day for Canadian democracy, because this is the last stage of passage of Bill C-4, a bill that directly attacks union democracy, transparency that we need among union organizations, and also accountability. Accountability is fundamental, not just in unions, but everywhere. But we can see with this government that accountability is really not something that this government's in any position to lecture people on. This bill would kill, literally, 2 bills passed in the previous Parliament, 2 private members' bills, which Conservatives have full respect for private members' bills, because as far as we're concerned, all members here in the House are equal, and all bills presented here in the House are equal. There are none better than others. And there are none that come in the front door and any that come in the back door. They all come into this house and they're passed by all of us, and we all come in through the front door. And why is that? Because we're all accountable to our constituents, whether you're an opposition, an independent, a backbencher, a frontbencher. It doesn't matter. We're all equal members here in the House, and we all have the right to present bills here in the House. Shame on the government. Shame on them for saying any different. I gave the minister the opportunity and the privilege of recognizing that she made a mistake. She said that the bills we passed in the last Parliament were backdoor bills. That's an insult to the House of Commons, an insult to the 338 people elected duly by our constituents. It's unfortunate. I would like not to have had to say this, but I have to repeat that private members' bills, once they're tabled, they're through the front door, not the back door. Because if you were to follow the Liberal logic, a bill was passed. It was presented by Maurice Bélanger on the national anthem. Would the Liberals be willing to say that that's a backdoor bill?
The bill was a backdoor deal? Are you ready to say that? Yes or no? You're ready to say that? Rise up and say that again. It's impossible, Mr. Speaker. You can say that a bill tabled by a minister or bill tabled by an opposition member or a member what all is 2 tiers bill. We are all members.
Exactly what Mr. Kenny talked about yesterday.
Donc, Monsieur le Président,
So, Mr. Speaker, Bill C4, the purpose of it is to kill 2 private members' bills that had to do with accountability, C377 and C525 that had to do with transparency. One of the fundamental principles in any organization is democracy. So we want people to be accountable when it comes to how they use the money, but they also need a mandate. And that's why we feel that when a union is formed, we think it should be a requirement that all potential employees have a right, an opportunity to express themselves freely through a secret ballot. That's the very basis of a democracy. We were all elected here in the House of Commons by secret vote, secret ballot. Did we go to people's homes and say, can you sign a piece of paper to vote for me? Of course not. We respect secret ballots. It's a private matter for the voter. But this government would prefer to keep the old way of doing things in unions where people have to sign when they apply for accreditation. We think people would be more at ease if they were able to vote by secret ballot. And that's what our bill would have done. It would have given unions greater legitimacy, because if the majority of workers want that union and no one was subjected to any undue pressure to join the union or pressure from the CEO that doesn't want a union, none of that would be at play if there was a secret ballot. So the pressure can work both ways. A business owner can meet with a new hire and say, look, you're pretty lucky that we hired you. You better not sign that piece of paper. I think any new hire is going to think twice before signing to join the union. But if there's a secret ballot to create a union, well, that respects a fundamental principle of democracy. That's why C4 takes aim at that notion of democracy and is accordingly not a good piece of legislation. When it comes to union democracy, well, it's the same as the fundamental principles of Canadian democracy. The best way of doing this is to allow for accountability. And that brings me to the other bill that will be killed by C4. I'm talking about C525. That bill, Mr. Speaker, provided for transparency and accountability, and I'll explain. We feel that when an organization, a union, receives $500 million in tax refunds, that's not peanuts. That's a lot of money. That's $500 million. We're talking about a lot of money on a tax return. Well, that organization should be accountable. So the salaries of the union bosses, all that kind of stuff should be transparent. But Bill C-4 would kill transparency. Transparency that we conservatives believe to be essential. People say, like my colleague from the NDP, who had worked in postal unions, she says, I was a union leader and all our accounts were publicly available. Well, if that's true, then why shouldn't they be available to all for every union? If it's so public, why not make things truly public? If those numbers are available, why not publish them? What's the point in hiding them? What do they have to hide? Why be against accountability and transparency? That's why, Mr. Speaker, I say Bill C-4 is a bad bill, and this is a bad day for democracy because it attacks fundamental principles of democracy, accountability, and transparency. Mr. Speaker, I think it's quite important to point out that when we're talking about accountability, the least we can say is this government's not exactly living up to the promise. Day after day, we're unearthing situations where this government, when it's not the health minister taking limousines and hiring cronies and saying, oops, I'm sorry, I'll pay back, once she was caught red-handed, that's not a very good indicator. Or we've recently learned that cronies of the Prime Minister, his staffers, charged over $200,000 in moving expenses, and they said, no, it's okay, we'll pay back. We'll pay it back. Well, that shows that accountability on the other side of the House is not something that they have much to crow about. That's why, Mr. Speaker, it's essential to have accountability. We members, we report every quarter on how we've spent money, how we've traveled, and so on, and it's all ultra-public. And when someone does something inappropriate, they're going to get caught pretty darn quick. So this is fundamental. And we all agree on the importance of that. But when it comes to unions, the Liberals say, oh no, we're going to go with the NDP on this. We don't want to bother them. We don't want to force them to do anything. But democracy and accountability, if they're fundamental principles here, they should also be fundamental principles for unions. And everyone knows, Mr. Speaker, the real thing at play here is that the Liberals wanted to thank the unions for giving them a helping hand during the last election campaign. So the Public Service Alliance was willing to spend $5 million in August to attack the previous government before the writ had even been dropped. And that's why the election was called when it was, so that that expense would be accounted for, because that was going to destabilize our democracy. And that's why we had such a long election campaign, because the unions spent millions of dollars attacking just one party without even consulting their members. And I know what I'm talking about. In my riding, in Quebec City, there are many public servants, and I met a bunch of them. I met with them, and a lot of them said they were very critical about their union's choice to spend the money on anti-government ads, and they didn't even have a voice in that decision. So because the unions really helped the Liberals out, now the Liberals are thanking them and saying, we're going to destroy what the Conservatives did for democracy, for accountability, and for transparency. But, Mr. Speaker, the government could have paid closer attention to what employees, what workers, unionized workers were saying. Not everybody's comfortable with C4. On the contrary, there are union leaders who are very comfortable with transparency, democracy, and accountability. For example, people have spoken out repeatedly, like, for example, Robbie Benson from PSAC, who said, and I quote, We have no problem with secret ballots. We do it frequently when we elect our leaders, when we vote on collective agreements and striking. And it's not a conservative talking here. It's not a right-wing group. It's Mr. Benson from the Public Service Alliance of Canada. Others, too. Dick Henson from the Christian Labour Association of Canada said,
the right to be free to make their own choices when it comes to which union represent them or whatever they want to be represented by a union at all. Same thing, Mr. Speaker, for another one. Brenda Cooney, Christian Labour Association of Canada, said, to be clear, the Christian Labour Association of Canada would support a secret ballot vote where possible. Un autre, Monsieur le Président, John P. Farrell, le directeur exécutif de Federally Regulated Employers, Transportation and Communication, quote, FEDCO members prefer a secret ballot vote to card check system for the purpose of determining if a union is to become a certified bargaining agent for employees. A secret ballot vote is the essence of a true democratic choice and is entirely consistent with Canadian democratic principle. A union guy said that, Mr. Speaker. I do agree with him. Also, Paul Most, National President of the Canadian Union of Public Employees, asking Canadians a question about voting. Most Canadians, me include, would say voting is good. Et finalement, Chris Hayward, Vice President, Executive Officer, Public Service Alliance of Canada. There is no issue with voting by secret ballot. But we are not sitting here saying that a secret ballot are bad. As a matter of fact, in my submission, I said that we have nothing against secret ballot. We use secret ballot at our own organization. So it's not that secret ballot is not going to be imposed on employees. We are opposed of that. We are not. It's hard to argue against a secret ballot vote at this, the basic of democracy. C'est ça, monsieur.
That's it, Mr. Speaker. The very basis of democracy. And the basis of democracy is a secret ballot. The basis of democracy is accountability, transparency, and expenses. That is what the basis of democracy is. That's what we have established, and that is what C4 is about to destroy, the very basis of democracy in the union world. And yet, Mr. Speaker, it is done elsewhere. We didn't reinvent the wheel here on this side of the House when we tabled our bills. On the contrary, we based ourselves on what is done elsewhere. For example, secret ballots exist in British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Ontario, and Nova Scotia as well. Secret ballots exist. So why can they do it in provinces, but we can't do it here at the federal level? Does that mean that people from BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Ontario and Nova Scotia are against unions? Are they anti-freedom? No, on the contrary. So why can't we do the same thing at the federal level? That would respect democratic principles. Now, when we talk about transparency and accountability, it also exists in provinces, but also in other countries. For example, the United States, the UK, Australia, Germany, and even France, Mr. Speaker. France. If there's a country that is more left-wing than Canada, it's certainly France. For years and years, it was led by left-wing leaders. So unions are very strong. They're very forceful in the social life of France. And yet, France has transparency measures. So, who are these people? Who is this government to say that France is not open to unions when we look at how strong unions are in that country? So, it is wrong what they are doing, and I would urge the government to base itself what is done in our provinces and what is done in other countries that are even more left-wing than us, where unions are allowed a secret balance and therefore transparency and accountability. In fact, Mr. Speaker, there has already been a challenge, which is perfectly legitimate in our system, where people challenged before the courts certain laws that were adopted by the provinces. So let's see what was said in Saskatchewan by the Court of Appeal, which ruled on the matter as to whether changes should be made to the Labour Act, as the Conservatives did 2 or 3 years ago. So let's look at a statement made by Judge Richard from the Saskatchewan Court of Appeal, and who says on page 38,
no more than ensure that employees are able to make the choices they see as being best of themselves. The secret ballot, after all, is a hallmark of modern democracy.
Not a conservative who said that, Mr. Speaker. No, it was a judge from the Court of Appeal of Saskatchewan. And we know full well, Mr. Speaker, that Saskatchewan is not necessarily a right-wing province. That's where the great social movements of Canada were born. We saw Tommy Douglas, who, was the originator of the NDP party, and that happened in Saskatchewan. So we certainly can't say it's the most right-wing province in Canada. Look at its history. It was recognized by the Court of Appeal of Saskatchewan that this secret ballot was a good thing. So, in short, Mr. Speaker, this bill, C4, is not a good bill. This bill, C4, seeks to kill two bills that were duly debated upon and voted upon by the previous government, private members' bills, and for us, the Conservatives, private bills are not backdoor bills. That is mean, petty-minded, and crass to say that on the other side of the House. For us, all bills are equal, beginning with bills that was tabled by the Honourable Maurice Bélanger on the national anthem. That is not a backdoor bill. It was a bill that was duly debated upon, presented, and voted upon, and it is a front door bill. Mr. Speaker, Bill C4, which unfortunately is going to be adopted soon, is a bill that attacks the very fundamental principles of democracy that are so important for Canadians. Yes, democratic principles, the principle of the secret ballot instead of people who sign card checks. We were all elected by secret ballots here, and this bill would attack bills that allowed for more transparency and accountability on the part of unions, and that was a good signal we were sending. And we sent it to unions and to all organizations, because when it is time to be accountable, all organizations must be accountable. And the bills that we adopted by our previous government allowed for better democracy, better transparency, better accountability, which C4 does not do. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, that today it is a very sad day for Canadian democracy.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Quebec for his speech. He talked about work to be done, and I think that on this side of the House, that with the aggression that the previous government showed to the detriment of the union movement, whether it be environmental, the movement as well in Canada, with the tax audits that were pressed upon charities, the way that the government mistreated civil society organizations and undermined the principles like the RAND formula. Given the harm that the previous government did to labor organizations in this country, well, yes, there is work to be done, and the work to be done is on the other side of the House. Will the member think about the aggression that was shown by the previous government to these movements? Will he think about that? Will he think about how they attacked civil society organizations, democratic organizations in our House? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I am very proud to be part of a political party that, when it was in government, was aggressive concerning policy, transparency, and accountability. It wanted to protect these principles. Let us remember, when the Right Honourable Stephen Harper became Prime Minister, immediately measures of transparency and accountability were put forward, and it is since then, since the Right Honourable Stephen Harper since he came to power, that is when members had to make their spending public, and I am very proud that we were the ones who worked to protect democracy, transparency, and when we see a government that day after day shows that it's grotesque misspending, and then they said, "Oh, I'm sorry, that was a mistake," they're the ones who have work to do. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was in the previous Parliament, and I debated Bills C-377 and C-525. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the speech by my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent, who I respect, is extremely reductive. we're talking about the scope of those bills. It was clear that it was an attack on the union movement in general. Now, two things that obviously my colleague didn't mention. The first was with regard to the fact that unions had to disclose spending that was beyond $5,000. In addition to all the bureaucracy and the red tape that this caused for the union process, that also would have created an imbalance. And that was clear because obviously the employer would have seen what the strike fund was for, obviously, that was unfair to the union. And the second thing that is more specific is with regard to the ballot that my colleague was talking about. When he says that it was anti-democratic, according to the bill that was adopted, and that means that 50% plus one of all the members of the union had to vote for their union. And that meant that they had to also vote, and that included abstentions, which is undemocratic. I'd like to hear the comments of my colleague on the undemocratic scope of these bills. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I think this is the first time that I've heard someone say that 50% plus one is undemocratic. That is the first time I've ever heard that in my life, especially that, that I know that it was a case of many colleagues to be elected by that margin, but to say that it's undemocratic, I think that's rather sensitive. You know, Mr. Speaker, those measures apply to all workers, and that is why it takes a threshold that is very high. We're not going to come back to the Clarity Act, but this story of 50% plus one, that is the recognized standard concerning democracy, and therefore, that's what we have to observe. Now, with regard to bureaucracy and red tape for the unions, because we're asking them to be accountable regarding amounts of $5,000 or more, Mr. Speaker, all the unionized workers said, well, okay, yeah, if you have access to the information, make it public. For us, Mr. Speaker, when it is perfectly legitimate that these things must be made public because democracy and accountability have a price, but that is what supports democracy. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent for his excellent speech. I was happy to hear him debunk some of the gross mischaracterizations that have been made about the bills of the previous government that this bill would replace, and I thank him for doing so. I'm particularly struck, Mr. Speaker, by my honourable colleague's defence of the role of private members in this House, and I wonder if he could comment on how surely the private members on the other side of the House must feel to be told that a private member's bill is a backdoor bill.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
My colleague, the point is that, in democracy, and especially here in the House of Commons, in the heart of our democracy, we are all equal because we have received the vote of our constituents. And even if we have been elected with only 28%, like some of my colleagues on the other side, or guys like us who have been elected with more than 50%, we are all equal here. And when I hear my honourable colleague from the government describing private bill as a backdoor deal, it's a real shame. So I ask again, can any government member can rise up and say publicly the bill tabled by the Honourable Maurice Bélanger was a backdoor bill? Are you ready to say that? If no, so rise up and excuse yourself.
Question and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I always appreciate the interventions and speeches presented by my friend from Louis Saint Laurent, always with a great deal of enthusiasm, always with a great deal of passion, no matter how misguided his position might be, but I always enjoy his position. But I know him to be a reasonable guy, fair and reasonable member, and and with that sort of understanding, when 377 came through the House, he would understand that in order to practice law in Ontario, you have to be a member of the Law Society of Ontario. and there's a mandatory fee, and that fee is tax deductible. And in order to practice medicine in this country, you have to be a member of the Canadian College of Physicians, and that's a fair fee, and that's all tax deductible. These are professional organizations that receive that tax benefit. So when the Liberals put forward an amendment to 377 to ask that if this is good, if 377 and putting up the accounting of organized labor in this country, if that's a good measure there, if that's about openness and accountability, then it should be for everybody. But what did their party do at the time? They voted against it. They voted against openness and transparency. So why would organized labor not think this is a target placed on us? So, Mr. Speaker, would he not see it reasonable if it's good for the goose, then it's got to be good for the gander?
Député de Louis Saint
Honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
I can say myself that I deeply appreciate my honourable colleague for his passion too, and also his, even if sometimes he's all wrong. But I would have preferred, but seriously, I would have preferred for him to rise up and say, we're sorry, there is no backdoor bill. And I'm sure he shared the same principle of me. The question you raise is quite interesting, but it's quite important, because we're talking about where the people are working. We're talking about the way they have to deal with the bosses. They're talking about when they will work and how wages they will get. We're talking about unions. And it's quite important. It's so important. So this is why this country recognizes it. And so this is why this country spent 500, sorry, I have some problem with my number in English. There is $500 million of taxpayer money that we spend for the union. So this is why we recognize that. Because those bills that we had, Mr. Speaker, were made not for the union's bosses, but for the humble worker who work hard and who pays taxes, and he wants to know exactly where his money is going. So this is why Bill C-4 is killing those transparency, democracy, and accountability bill that we tabled 2 years ago.
Okay, we're going to go to statements by members. Déclaration de député, the honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past summer, I was invited to have dinner at Matthew House in my riding, a largely volunteer initiative that provides shelter to newly arrived refugees who have nowhere else to turn. I had the privilege of spending several hours with the residents of Matthew House discussing their hopes and their dreams. Though they had only just arrived, these refugees that I spoke with were already eager to find jobs, to build lives, and to contribute to our community.
When you cross the threshold of Matthew House, you don't feel like you're in a shelter. It feels more like a house. I wish to congratulate the staff and volunteers of Matthew House for their generosity and devotion, and for their will to welcome those in need to their home. They represent what Canadians can achieve when they show their best.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. It's great to be back with my fellow colleagues from across Canada. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, September 24th, Parkland County in my riding of Yellowhead will be holding a grand opening ceremony for their newest park. I was extremely moved to learn that local residents voted to name this park Constable Chelsea Robinson Park. Constable Robinson, age 25, was a member of the RCMP for only 7 months when she lost her life in the line of duty. For a member who paid the ultimate sacrifice, I am confident that the naming of this park will keep her memory close to her family, the hearts of her family, friends, and community. Although I am unable to attend in person, I look forward to visiting the park personally to pay my respects to the memory of Constable Robinson. Thank you.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to stand in the House today and recognize veterans. Many veterans live in my riding of New Brunswick Southwest, and much of Base Gagetown training grounds are here as well. I am the daughter and the sister of Canadian Army veterans. This past Sunday, my daughter, my legislative assistant, and I participated in Canada's Army Run here in Ottawa. This is no ordinary race. In the true spirit of strength and country, several of Canada's ill and injured soldiers led over 25,000 participants through the streets of Ottawa. Canadians overwhelmingly and enthusiastically showed their support for our military and veterans all along the route. This event allows everyday Canadians to join in solidarity for our Canadian Army Forces, Air Force, and Navy to walk or run beside the people who protect our families and our homes. Proceeds and fundraising efforts are directed to Soldiers On and the Military Families Fund. Mr. Speaker, this is a remarkable event, and I encourage my colleagues to join me next year. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Regina Lewin.
Mr. Speaker, Regina is one of the only Canadian cities to have elected MPs from all three major parties. When this House asked all MPs to host town halls on electoral reform, I invited my Liberal and Conservative colleagues to co-host a citywide event. Unfortunately, they declined to host town halls. Fortunately, the people of Regina have been more engaged. Over 200 came to the town hall I held on September 7th, and many also attended the Minister of Democratic Institutions consultation on September 11th. As the only local MP to have attended these public meetings, I can report that most people at both events expressed a preference for mixed-member proportional representation. When the Electoral Reform Committee kicked off its cross-country tour in Regina on September 19th, they heard the same message. Mr. Speaker, the people of Regina are engaged on electoral reform, and they want a proportional system to make every vote count equally.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-La Petite Nation.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all Canadians, the Government of Canada would like to extend our congratulations to all members of Team Canada that represent us at the recent Rio 2016 Olympic and Paralympics Games.
From sea to sea to sea, all Canadians thank the athletes, the coaches, and I also wish to take this opportunity to mark National Coaches Week, the medical and support staff, as well as the family and friends for their passion and determination to attain the highest level of their sport. You have inspired all of us, and particularly our youth, to be more active in sport, and for some, even to pursue their own dream to own the podium.
The Government of Canada is proud to support our high-performance athlete and the largest single source of support to the Canadian sports system. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, 16-year-old Haley Aegis from St. Thomas has been diagnosed with ITP, a rare blood disorder that destroys her blood platelets, which should clot her blood. A normal count reads between 150 and 400. Haley's platelet count is under 10. Treatments are very costly and currently not covered. Haley's soccer team from St. Thomas, the St. Thomas Scorpions, had the idea to host a small fundraiser that became much more than they ever expected. This group of awesome 16-year-old girls created Dream It, Believe It, Achieve It, and they did just that for their friend. The event, called 6K for number 6, started as a small Facebook invitation but turned into a huge event. More than 400 people packed a small community park to run the 6K for Haley. They raised over $22,000 that day, which is enough to cover 5 months of treatment for her. But more than that, they raised the needed awareness of ITP. Haley, your friends and your community are right behind you. And congratulations to the St. Thomas Scorpions for being such amazing friends. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Speaker, I rise to acknowledge the 25th anniversary of Ukraine's independence. On August 24th, Ukraine celebrated this important milestone, and thousands of my constituents in Parkdale High Park celebrated with it. Throughout its history, Ukraine has struggled against external threats. In 1991, it was the Soviet Union. Today, it is Putin's Russia. I'm proud as an MP and the Vice Chair of the Canada-Ukraine Parliamentary Friendship Group to stand resolutely in support of Ukraine, its territorial integrity and its sovereignty. I'm also proud to stand against the illegal occupation of Crimea and the illegal invasion of the Donbass. But in Canada, Mr. Speaker, we don't just defend Ukraine, we celebrate it. We celebrate the food, the music, the culture at events like the Bloor West Village Ukrainian Festival in my riding of Parkdale High Park. We also celebrate the tremendous contributions of Ukrainian Canadians to Canada, a history which dates back 125 years to 1891. For these contributions, I say Дуже дякую. And to Ukrainians everywhere, I say Slava Ukraini. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chateauguay-Lacal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am dedicating my first speech of this sitting to two agri-food companies that are among the most successful in the riding of Chateauguay-Lacal.
First, Ceresco, based in Saint-Herblain-Premier for 30 years, specialist in soybeans, has founded a research center in Saint-Isidore to develop new varietals and to increase productivity. Ceresco exports to Europe and Asia and has a liaison office in Japan and in China. And Group Vegco in Sherrington, which specializes in the production of root vegetables, has launched investment projects to increase its onion storage capacity and to modernize its packaging technology. This will allow it to remain one of Quebec's biggest distributors. Our region leads Quebec in market vegetable production.
These two major players have placed the bar even higher. Thank you.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, every year since I was first elected, I've held a summer listening tour, and over the years I've heard important ideas like reducing interprovincial trade barriers to help small family wineries, or creating a better gas tax agreement to help municipalities like Kelowna and West Kelowna with infrastructure. This year I met with many credit unions and heard a growing concern with the introduction of new common reporting standards. These standards are designed to monitor bank accounts for international tax evasion, but not all financial institutions pose the same risk. If the government continues with the adoption of these new reporting standards next July, all credit unions will be required to implement a time-consuming compliance regime. Alternatively, the government could utilize the 98% test that is currently used with the American FACTA standards, which exempts credit unions that have 2% or less of their assets held by non-residents. It's an approach that is already set up and works. Mr. Speaker, focusing on the economy is job number one for any government of any stripe. Adding more red tape and costs to small, medium-sized credit unions is not helpful and will not grow the economy. I hope the Finance Minister reviews the current approach.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, science is at the heart of innovation and touches every aspect of our lives. In Kitchener Centre, the School of Pharmacy, Communitech, Google, and many other organizations and individuals in the broader community like the Perimeter Institute and the Quantum Nano Center are working to advance science. The strong spirit of collaboration in our community is the secret of our many successes. Researchers engage with each other and the public through events such as Doors Open Waterloo Region held this past weekend, free public lectures, science camps, and school tours that fascinate and inspire. It is Science Literacy Week, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank educators and scientists across Canada who are working to light the spark in the next generation of scientific thinkers. Thank you.
The honourable member for Burlington.
In 2003, 400,000 people had access to antiretroviral treatment to fight HIV/AIDS. Today, there are 17 million people who have access to this treatment. This huge increase is thanks to the efforts of the Global Fund to fight AIDS, TB, and malaria.
I am incredibly proud that our government is contributing $804 million to this fight, and that it was able to raise almost $13 billion, which will help save 8 million lives.
Lives of young people like Ahmed Habre, Lois Maturu, and Ashley Murphy, who are strong activists because they have access to treatment. They made it clear that our legacy to future generations has to be the eradication of these diseases by 2030. HIV and TB disproportionately affect the world's most poor and most vulnerable. And as Mark Dybel of the Global Fund said, we can beat these epidemics. We just need to be better humans.
It was for the millions of people around the world suffering from HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria that the world met in Montreal last weekend to end these epidemics for good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Cypress Hills, Grassland.
Mr. Speaker, nearly 75% of the world's population is affected by religious persecution. It's the defining issue of our time and deserves a coordinated international response. Recently, I had the honour of attending the second international conference of the IPP-FORB. The International Panel of Parliamentarians for Freedom of Religion or Belief is an informal network of members of Parliament advancing freedom of religion or belief. Last week, we hosted nearly 100 parliamentarians from 60 countries. We met in Berlin to address specific countries of concern, to foster regional connections, and to resource and equip ourselves to pursue long-term solutions and be effective in our home countries. Despite having the world's worst acronym, IPP-FORB continues to work to protect and promote the embattled right to believe. As a founding member of IPP-FORB, I invite all members of this House to join this important network. The right to believe is what shapes our common humanity. If we are not vigilant, we risk losing it.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Marne-Verdun.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On August 24th, an earthquake registering 6.2 on the Richter scale hit the central Italian provinces of the Marches, Lazio, and Abruzzo. While my family's origins are in the Marches, my family and friends were all lucky, but others were not. At last count, 297 people had perished and many more had been injured or had lost their homes. Mr. Speaker, Italian Canadians across the country have come together with a variety of initiatives, all through SOS Italia and the Canadian Red Cross. I invite all of you to join the Italian Canadian community in my riding and across Greater Montreal for a lunch to be held this Sunday at Cégep André Laurando.
Tickets cost $30, and all profits will be given to SOS Italia. And you can enjoy a great pasta dinner to support our friends and family in Italy. All are welcome.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we mark Police and Peace Officers National Memorial Day this Sunday, let us remember today in this chamber, let us honor the bravery, the dedication, and the selflessness of all officers across Canada, including those who have suffered injury, and yes, those who have paid the ultimate price while protecting us. It is well known that the concern and welfare of others exemplifies the law enforcement community. This extraordinary commitment is displayed in the very poignant demonstrations of solidarity when large numbers of officers from places across the country come together to honor the passing of one of their own. We've observed this profound gesture far too many times. 4 officers have died in the line of duty in Canada this past year. Let us then acknowledge the crucial role that police officers play in safeguarding our rights and freedoms, and let us pay tribute to the lost lives of officers in this country and beyond, and thank their families for their incredible sacrifices on behalf of our safety and welfare. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday there was a horrific fire in Shamattawa First Nations. This is a remote fly-in community in northern Manitoba of over 1,000 people. This devastating fire destroyed the town's only grocery store, the band office, internet service, 911 call center, and the radio station. Thankfully, there has been no report of loss of life or injury. The chief has declared a state of emergency, and today he and his officials are going door to door to explain how the situation will be handled. I'd like to thank the chief for his leadership, and our thoughts are with the community during this difficult time. We do call on the government to ensure that all required support, including the immediate need for water, baby formula, and general supplies, is met immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Orleans. Mr. Speaker, September 25th is Franco-Ontarian Day. I wish to recognize the Francophone community groups in the riding of Orleans, as well as its French-speaking population, 40,000 strong. I would particularly like to salute the great work done by the Orleans Franco-Ontarian Heritage and History Society, the Orleans Mouvement d'Implication Francophone, the Rendezvous for Francophone Seniors of Ottawa, the AOE Arts Council, the Shenkman Arts Centre, the Montfort Hospital, the Conseil des Écoles Publiques de l'Est de l'Ontario, the Conseil des Écoles Catholiques du Centre-Est, and the many other groups who work hard to maintain Franco-Ontarian heritage in Orleans. I would also like to invite everyone to Parliament this Sunday at 7:30 p.m. Thanks to an initiative from my colleague from Glengarry, Prescott Russell, Parliament will be lit up in green and white for Franco-Ontarian Day, and also to commemorate the accomplishments of Muriel Bélanger for the Franco-Ontarian community. Thank you.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
After days of the Prime Minister defending inappropriate expenses, the Liberals have finally admitted that they've been using the taxpayer as their personal ATM. The Prime Minister's friends admitted that they claimed tens of thousands of dollars of inappropriate expenses, which the Prime Minister signed off on. This clearly shows a lack of judgment on behalf of the Prime Minister. What other expenses is the Prime Minister hiding and defending?
Good question. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I've stated before, it has been the Government of Canada's policy to reimburse relocation costs of senior officials and their families since the 1970s. This policy was last updated by the previous Conservative government and applied to every Prime Minister's office since. In fact, the previous Prime Minister's office approved over $300,000 in relocation expenses, including one relocation at a cost of $93,131. Mr. Speaker, we know that these policies need to be updated. That's why our Prime Minister is taking action and has asked the Treasury Board to create a new policy to govern relocation expenses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it only took the Liberals 9 weeks to rack up over $1 million in moving expenses for their Liberal insiders. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals themselves have admitted that the expenses were inappropriate. Now, they were reimbursed for hotels, for meals, for actual moving expenses, but then there was something called personalized cash payments that these staffers received. What is a personalized cash payment? What other Liberal staffers receive personalized cash payments? And does the Prime Minister commit to telling us and telling Canadians who received these ambiguous cash payments, and will they be paid back to the taxpayer?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again, I will reiterate and repeat that the policies that are in place for relocation expenses have been in place since the 1970s and were most recently updated by the previous Conservative government. The difference between the previous government and our government is that our Prime Minister recognizes the need that more can be done and has instructed the Treasury Board to create a new policy to govern relocation expenses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister had a choice, and the very first choice he made was to help himself and his friends at the expense of the Canadian taxpayer. The Prime Minister signed off on these expenses. Which other ministers, including the House Leader, did the House Leader sign off on personalized cash payments? What are they, and how many ministers signed off on Liberal insiders getting these ambiguous cash payments?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have been talking about this issue this entire week, and we recognize that more needs to be done. Our Prime Minister has instructed the Treasury Board to create a new policy to govern relocation expenses. That is the leadership of this Prime Minister. That is the direction of this government. We will continue to work hard for Canadians and to answer their questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, what we saw yesterday was anything but transparency. What it was another case of Liberals getting caught red-handed. Since the start, this government has been dipping into taxpayer money with both fists. Limos, trips with the in-laws, office renos, personal photos, and now the Prime Minister's cronies' moving expenses. Mr. Speaker, when will Canadians ever be able to trust the judgment of a Prime Minister who doesn't appreciate the value of their money? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will repeat that the current rules were written by the Conservative government in 2008 and revisited in 2011. The Prime Minister's office previously approved over $300,000 in moving expenses, including for a person who claimed $93,000 for one move. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, not only are they dipping into the public purse with both fists, but all week long the Prime Minister has defended the indefensible in an attempt to cover the whole thing up. He displayed a flagrant lack of judgment, but that's no surprise. There's no end of examples of wasted taxpayer money. The party's been going long enough, Mr. Speaker. Could they finally stop handing out Canadians' money to the PM's cronies? Where is the Prime Minister's judgment? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's important to point out that the Government of Canada has a policy for reimbursing moving expenses and has had such a policy since the 70s. The Prime Minister asked the Secretary of the Treasury Board to draft a new policy. We know we can do more, and that is exactly what we're going to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. According to Amnesty International, China holds the record for the most executions in 2015. According to the UN, China regularly resorts to torture. Despite that, the government intends to negotiate an extradition treaty with the Chinese government. How can the government defend human rights when they're negotiating a treaty with China, a country that violates human rights? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Here's the reality, as opposed to conjecture. We have announced a high-level national security and rule of law dialogue as part of comprehensive discussions on expanding our relationship with China. The UN and the UK are conducting the exact same kind of dialogue. Canadian officials have met with their Chinese counterparts, and this allows us to discuss counterterrorism, law enforcement cooperation, consular matters of huge importance to Canadians, and rule of law. Within the rule of law discussions, conversations on the issue of extradition have begun. It was stressed that Canada is governed. It is stressed that Canada has very high standards. Of course, the promotion of protection of human rights.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, sadly, here is the reality, and here are the facts. Yesterday, the Chinese Premier unequivocally defended his country's use of the death penalty. He said he couldn't guarantee that police would not mistreat suspects. And he said anyone questioning the merits of an extradition treaty is disparaging China. And he did all this while standing beside a silent Prime Minister of Canada. How can this government claim to be advancing human rights internationally when they're seriously considering a treaty that would go against human rights?
Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I'd like to talk about the importance of Canada's engagement with the world. It was a mistake of the former Conservative government to withdraw from countries, to isolate Canada just because they disliked a regime. Under the leadership of our Prime Minister and our government, we are present. We're supporting the United Nations in climate change, Syrian refugees, supporting peace operations, and significantly funding humanitarian initiatives. This, by being present, we're making progress on our interests and the universal values in which we believe, like human rights.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Liechtenstein, Switzerland, Luxembourg, the Isle of Man, Panama, and now the Bahamas. These are all tax havens which protect banking secrecy, where the creation of new companies is a joke that is simply to facilitate tax evasion. Senator Eaton found out the hard way. She was put on the board of directors of a company in the Bahamas for 12 years without knowing it. Canada is complicit in this situation by signing pseudo tax treaties that legitimize tax havens. When is this government going to take this question seriously? The Honourable Minister of Revenue. Let me be clear. Middle-class Canadians pay their fair share except for a small minority of taxpayers who don't pay their fair share, and that's unacceptable. That is why this government has invested $444 million at CRA in order to have the best tools to fight tax evasion. We promise this, and we will do it. The Honourable Member for Rimouski. What does she plan to do about tax havens? She hasn't said anything about that. Changing the topic, for the 150th anniversary of Confederation, access to our national parks will be free. But if Canadians think they'll be able to visit in both official languages, they're in for a surprise, according to the Official Languages Commissioner. 4 years after the last audit, only 2 of 9 recommendations were followed and implemented, so that activities and programs are often available only in English. What's the Liberal government going to do to ensure that all Canadians can fully benefit from our national parks, both in French and in English, for the 150th? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. My colleague opposite. We welcome the report of the Official Languages Commissioner. Our government has undertaken to see to it that all federal services are provided in compliance with the Official Languages Act. As Minister responsible for parks, I am working to see to it that this will be a reality.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are asking why the Prime Minister's friends received over $200,000 in payouts for so-called moving expenses. The reason? The Prime Minister approved it. He could have limited their taxpayer abuse if he wanted to, but he chose not to. When will this Prime Minister stop giving taxpayer money to his Liberal friends?
Liberal Government House Leader.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again, these policies have been in place since the 1970s. There were costs that both Mr. Butts and Ms. Telford did not feel comfortable with, and they will reimburse those amounts. What is good to know is that our Prime Minister knows that more needs to be done and has asked the Secretary of the Treasury Board to create a new policy to govern relocation expenses. And it's important to know that in the previous Prime Minister's office, Prime Minister Stephen Harper's office approved over $300,000 in relocation expenses, included one relocation expense at a cost of $93,131. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Elgin, Middlesex,
Mr.
London.
Speaker, here is the bottom line. The Prime Minister signed off on these expenses and wrote his best friend's 6-figure checks. And yesterday, Jerry and Katie were willing to take the fall for their best friend, the Prime Minister. And how can Canadians trust this Prime Minister's judgment when their hard-earned money always seems to end up in personalized cash payouts?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government recognizes that more needs to be done, and this government is committed to doing more for Canadians. And we can once again remind Canadians that in the spirit of openness and transparency, they have both disclosed all costs associated with their move. The current rules have been in place since 2008 and were revisited in 2011. Every minister's office has followed those rules since. Let me remind this House that the previous Prime Minister Stephen Harper's office approved over $300,000 in relocation expenses, included one relocation expense at $93,100.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's not be blinded by false transparency that we saw yesterday. According to if the Prime Minister's cronies weren't caught red-handed, there never would have been a partial refund. Now it's clear that they never should have taken that money, and there are other doubtful moving expense claims. The Foreign Affairs Minister, for example, is he going to show greater judgment than the Prime Minister, or is he going to hide his head in the sand and pretend that it's acceptable to spend $119,000 to move to Ottawa? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government, our Prime Minister, asked the Secretary of the Treasury Board to draft a new policy on moving expenses. I think it's very important to also mention that our government has shown constructive leadership. We're helping restore our leadership in the world and take our rightful place on the international stage. The Honourable Member. That's quite some leadership, Mr. Speaker. The first year of this government's term of office is not even over, and they are showing a very sad lack of judgment in Cabinet. The Foreign Affairs Minister approved, at his discretion, an expense of $119,000 for a single move. Taxpayer money isn't sent to Ottawa for ministers to freely abuse it. Now that we know the Prime Minister made a mistake by authorizing this reimbursement, can the Foreign Affairs Minister also confirm that he lacked judgment? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's office, the previous Prime Minister, Stephen Harper's Prime Minister's office, approved over $300,000 in moving expenses, including a single individual who received over $93,000. Order. There's too much noise in the House.
Would like to hear the Government House Leader's response. There's too much noise. I can't even hear what she's saying. I'm sure other honourable members may be missing the same response. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In order to continue with my answer, we have recognized that the policy needs to be revisited, and that's why our Prime Minister asked the Treasury Board Secretary to draft a new policy on moving expenses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are so out of touch with Canadians. While thousands in Lakeland and across Alberta are losing their jobs, businesses and homes, Liberal ministers are approving hundreds of thousands of dollars in staff moving expenses. For example, the Minister of Innovation approved $113,000 for one staffer, to move to Ottawa. We know the Liberals always put themselves before Canadians, but how can the minister's judgment really be this flawed?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's important that we recognize that the relocation policies that the opposition is referring to haven't been in place since the 1970s. It's important to note that the previous government had an opportunity to revisit and make these policies better. The difference between the previous government and our government is that our Prime Minister has shown leadership, and that's why our Prime Minister has asked the Treasury Board to create a new policy to govern relocation expenses. In reference to innovation, science and economic development, let's talk about the good work these Canadians are doing. They're helping to create an inclusive innovation agenda that will make Canada a global centre for innovation.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, it's the bad Liberal pattern of entitlement and frivolous spending. Hundreds of thousands of Canadians are out of work and struggling to make ends meet, while Liberals are lining their pockets with $1.1 million in incidental personalized cash payouts and incidentals. The Minister of Innovation signed off on $113,000 for one staffer to move to Ottawa. How much of that was a personalized cash payout? Was it delivered in a brown envelope?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. It has been the Government of Canada's policy to reimburse relocation costs of senior officials and their families since the 1970s. This policy was last updated by the previous government in 2008, has not been renewed since 2011. That's why our Prime Minister has asked the Treasury Board to create a new policy to govern relocation expenses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Phoenix pay system was supposed to modernize the federal payrolls. Instead, it has caused far more problems than it's fixed, and it's wasted far more money than it was supposed to save. I'm sure Liberal insiders are glad Phoenix wasn't in place last year, or they may still be waiting for their moving expenses. I have a simple question. Why did the minister not keep the old payroll system as a backup to make sure everyone could get paid?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Public Services.
The current problems with public service pay are totally unacceptable. Our priority is to ensure that workers are paid for the work they've done. Over the summer, we set up 4 temporary pay offices to increase the capacity of our call center, and we've been issuing emergency cash advances for problems associated with Phoenix. Our team is working tirelessly to help all workers having problems with their pay. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the implementation of Phoenix has been an utter failure. 5 months after coming online, tens of thousands of federal employees still haven't been paid. The government had no problem reimbursing moving expenses for political staffers. So why can't it pay its workers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services. Our priority is to see to it that workers are paid for the work they've done. Our minister said in committee that we couldn't use a parallel system beyond the transition period because the previous government cut 700 employees. The minister ensured that she would get all the information she needed to make informed decisions. Now, our team is working tirelessly to ensure that everyone gets their pay. Thank you.
For South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister and the Prime Minister have been announcing and re-announcing infrastructure projects across Canada for almost the past year now. There are thousands of Canadians
I'm sure it's not the intent to take away from the honourable member's time. The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, and let me get to the end before you start clapping. The Minister and the Prime Minister have been announcing and re-announcing infrastructure projects across Canada for the past year. There are thousands of Canadians who want and need jobs. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister please tell Canadians exactly how many Liberal infrastructure projects have actual shovels in the ground and that are under construction?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are delivering on our commitments, and since taking office, we have approved over 900 projects, including more than 700 projects we were for the budget 2016 funding for infrastructure. More than 60% of those projects are currently underway, Mr. Speaker, improving transit systems and ensuring Canadians have safe and clean water to drink. We will continue to work with our municipal and provincial and territorial partners to deliver on the commitments that we made to Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, the Minister can talk about all of the planned projects. But what Canadians really care about is how many jobs have been created in their communities. On the government's own website, Canadians can clearly see that only 6 projects began construction this summer. 6. And these 6 projects are only worth $8.5 million. Mr. Speaker, does the Minister really think this is good enough when thousands of Canadians are out of work?
Good question. Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I am honored to say that even in honourable member's own municipality, we are investing money into the design planning work that is currently underway along with many other municipalities to advance public transit, to do the work on water, wastewater, as well as many other projects. 60% of the projects that we approved under our new plan are currently underway, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton, Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alberta is facing record-high unemployment rates and families are struggling to get by. Yesterday, Statistics Canada released new EI numbers, and Alberta saw an astonishing increase in EI claims of 87% since of July last year. Mr. Speaker, I know the Liberals profess to make decisions based on facts, so I ask, how much more proof do they need before they admit their disastrous policies are failing Albertans?
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to be part of a member that is both sensitive and sensible. We're sensitive to the economic situation across Canada, in particular where a number of Canadians are feeling left out of the labour market. We are sensible because we are investing very strongly in our economy to build now and for the future of our nation.
Honourable Member for Edmonton, Riverbend.
I don't know if you listened to my question, Mr. Speaker, because that obviously wasn't an answer. Mr. Speaker, families are losing their homes, companies are taking their businesses elsewhere, and skilled workers are being forced to line up at the EI counter. Rehearsed talking points are not the answer. The situation in Alberta is unique, and we don't need more job-killing Liberal policies. When are the Liberals going to stop destroying the Alberta economy and allow Albertans to get back to work?
The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very honoured to be part of a government that is investing both in the quality and the quantity of services delivered to unemployed Canadians across Canada. We've done that very significantly in budget last year. We're very pleased that we're offering better services, better benefits targeted both in terms of responding to the needs and to the expectations of Canadians, and we're building our economy built on strong fiscal policy and very good infrastructure programs.
For Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, in just 19 days, the extension of the Softwood Lumber Agreement will expire. With no deal, forestry companies on Vancouver Island and across British Columbia will be hit hard by hefty American tariffs. Many of my constituents could lose their jobs. These are our neighbours, our friends, our relatives. Why is this government being so quiet with the deadline looming so soon? And what is this government doing to protect forestry jobs in British Columbia?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I share the concern, this government shares the concern that people have across Canada with respect to the lumber industry, and particularly the softwood lumber question. We're working hard at negotiating, Mr. Speaker. We've worked hard at understanding the differences across the country and the various nuances in the industry, including British Columbia. And we are doing our best, yes, quietly in negotiations, but we're working hard at negotiations. The minister has met with her counterpart a number of times. We continue to press. We continue to try to reach an agreement before the end of the period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals promised a commitment to First Nations to make much badly needed investments both in infrastructure and social services. But as of today, only 1% of the funding has arrived in First Nations communities. While Liberal insiders seem to have no problem getting funds they don't need, First Nation communities are left waiting for funds they so badly need. Why are almost all of the critical investments for First Nations being held back? What is the government waiting for?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank the member for the question, and I think the 1% number has already been corrected in the media. We're delivering faster than under the previous government, with nearly half of this year's portion of Budget 2016 already allocated. The new funding supports construction, service, or renovation of 2,700 housing units, as well as 195 water projects that includes 26 that will address the long-term drinking water advisories, 118 schools, 126 other new infrastructure programs. Our government is committed to renewing the relationship with Indigenous communities, and we are delivering on that commitment.
Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, as I spent time in the communities of the beautiful riding of Fundy Royal this summer, I often heard of hardships finding enough employees in the tourism, transportation, and manufacturing industries. Community leaders also expressed concerns about the shrinking numbers in schools and the difficulties supporting local businesses. These are all issues that relate back to Atlantic Canada's shrinking and aging population. Can the minister update this House on the Atlantic Growth Strategy, and in particular any initiatives to increase immigration to Atlantic Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizens.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent question, and I would like to commend her on her motion concerning immigration to Atlantic Canada, which is before the House. During the summer, I found that the Atlantic provinces were particularly keen on immigration for demographic reasons and because they know that it helps create jobs. And that is why we created a pilot project which will welcome more immigrants to the Atlantic region, and it will also take measures to make sure those people stay.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, in February 2016, the Canadian Transportation Act Review Report was tabled in this House. it recommended that Canada's foreign ownership limit be increased to 49% to allow other carriers to provide improved air transportation for Canadians. In spite of the strong business case, the strong market demand, and the overwhelming support of airports and municipalities, including the regional municipality of Waterloo, the minister has chosen not to take action. Shameful. Why is the minister standing in the way of job growth?
Hear, hear. Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our government is working collaboratively to address the recommendations of the Canada Transportation Act review and develop Canada's future transportation system. We are carefully considering the applications by Jetlines and Enerjet in the context of developing a long-term framework for all Canadian air travellers. Any decision will be made in the interest of middle-class Canadians, travellers, and those working hard to join it. Thank you very much, Mr.
Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals claim to stand up for the middle class, but the recent non-action by the Transport Minister on foreign ownership rules for air carriers means that middle-class Canadians will continue to have poor airport service and pay higher fees. Terrible. The clear recommendation of the Canadian Transport Act review would reduce costs and give better service for middle-class Canadians who use the Waterloo Regional Airport in my riding of Kitchener-Conestoga. Why is the minister ignoring them?
Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for that question. I am certain that Canadians appreciate that our government is taking an inclusive and evidence-based approach to determining the future of Canada's transportation network. Any travel decisions made will be in the best interests of middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join it, and we are analyzing the application by Jetlines and Enerjet for an exemption to foreign ownership limits in that context. In the coming months, the Minister of Transport will continue to present initiatives for a safer, cleaner, more secure and more efficient transportation sector in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals need to ask for a refund from their deliverology expert because they sure can't get things done. They have also left Indigenous Canadians and job-creating industries in the dark about the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. In May, the Justice Minister said they would adopt UNDRIP, quote, without qualification. Now she says it's simplistic, unworkable, and can't be done word for word. Why is this Justice Minister misleading Indigenous Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which we have endorsed without qualification. We are committed to moving forward to operationalize the United Nations Declaration within a Section 35 context, our unique constitutional context, and we are committed to doing that with Indigenous peoples, and as the Declaration states, it will be done by way of legislation, policies, and other constructive arrangements, but it will be done jointly.
Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
You know, Mr. Speaker, the Globe and Mail recently published an editorial, and they called UNDRIP drip, drip, liberal Native rights policy. The Justice Minister has gone from promoting the Declaration on the world stage at the UN to saying at home that it is simplistic and unworkable. So she's saying one thing on the world stage and saying another thing back in Canada. Is the confusion being created by the minister deliberate, or does she not know what she's doing?
Minister of Justice.
Again, our government has committed and endorsed without qualification the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We are committed to moving forward with a nation-to-nation relationship that's based on recognition, and how to operationalize the Declaration here in Canada will be done jointly with Indigenous peoples as we develop solutions, and we will operationalize the United Nations Declaration and its articles, its minimum standards here within our Section 35 constitutional framework, which is extremely vast, and we will ensure that the full box of rights are recognized.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan and West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission has a crucial role to oversee the safety and security of nuclear facilities. But this summer, whistleblowers warned that CNSC staff failed to give critical safety information to commissioners. In spite of the seriousness of the allegation, the minister shrugged his shoulders and the CNSC president laughed it off. But Canadians deserve better. With new appointments to the nuclear watchdog expected soon, What is the minister's plan to improve oversight of nuclear safety?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, our government places the highest priority on health and safety related to nuclear activities in Canada. I expect the culture at the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission to be safety-focused and open to employees by fostering a respectful workplace that encourages people's views on opportunities for improvement. The CNSC has reviewed the issues raised in the anonymous letter, and Commission members discussed this topic at a recent meeting. The independent Commission members will advise CSNC staff on actions to be taken.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. New reports about RCMP and CSIS involvement in torture abroad are horrifying. Not only did Canadian security officials know torture was occurring, in some cases, they even provided the torturers with the specific questions. Canadians do not accept this human rights abuse under any circumstances. So why do the Liberals still sanction the use of information obtained through torture?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We must protect the rights and freedoms of Canadians. Our government is taking important measures to put in place an additional mechanism to ensure that our national security organizations obey the law. In fact, we tabled a bill on the Parliamentary Oversight Committee to make sure that oversight is provided.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of Canadians have their mobility rights and livelihoods threatened because of the potential ban from entering the U.S. if they admit to ever having used marijuana, a drug the Liberals are now making legal. The Minister of Public Safety totally missed the mark. He just concluded a customs pre-clearance agreement with the United States that failed to address this issue. That is a huge mistake, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister withdraw Bill C-23 and renegotiate an agreement with the U.S. on pre-clearance that actually protects Canadians?
Parliamentary Secretary. The government appreciates the discussions that we have with our southern partners in order to improve the relationship on both sides of the border. The discussions on certain specific situations, especially with regard to marijuana, have been discussed and will continue to be the object of dialogue to improve the situation.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday, after much effort to be heard, veteran Claude Lancette finally resorted to a hunger strike on Parliament Hill, protesting the military's use of methylquine and its effects on our soldiers and sailors. Instead of giving him a concrete promise to address his concerns, the Liberals instead said they would set up yet another consultative process to study the issue. Why is the minister's reaction yet again a consultation delay tactic instead of action?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the honourable member for her question. I know she cares a great deal about veterans, and she only wants their best. The issue around methylquine has been discussed over the years. We know inside Veterans Affairs and National Defence and Health Canada, we need to work together to address the issue, and we cannot comment on specific cases, but we have now a working group established that we're going to work together on this issue and make sure that it is properly addressed. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, Liberals have no shortage of money when it comes to their friends. Unfortunately, some thalidomide victims who have had a lifetime of suffering haven't been treated as well. This summer they were denied compensation without an interview or even a medical evaluation. Mr. Speaker, this is a disgrace. When is the minister going to fix this?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Committed to supporting Canadian thalidomide survivors to help them live the rest of their lives with dignity. There is no definitive medical test for thalidomide exposure. An objective review process was used to assess individuals to determine who was eligible for financial support. Based on this, 25 more individuals have been added to the Thalidomide Survivors Program, bringing the total number of individuals to 122. This demonstrates that the review process is working. Additional new survivors may yet be identified as some applications remain under review.
The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada Transportation Act Review report was tabled by the Minister of Transport earlier this year. This marked the beginning of a new discussion on how we can enhance Canada's transportation system. Whether by air, rail, road, or marine, this network plays a major role in all ridings across Canada, including Niagara Centre, Canada's Canal Corridor. Could the Parliamentary Secretary please update this House as to the progress the Minister has in fact made so far this year in addressing the review and setting a long-term agenda for transportation in our great nation?
Well, Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Niagara Centre for his important question and support on this file. Our government recognized the need for a collaborative approach in addressing the CTA review and developing Canada's future transportation system. Since the report's tabling, the Minister has actively engaged with Canadians, stakeholders, provinces and territories, and Indigenous groups to hear their views and discuss ideas. The feedback heard during these past months has been incredibly valuable, and this rich and diversified input will play a major role in defining his long-term agenda for transportation in Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
For Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal implementation of the Phoenix Pay system has been a complete and utter disaster. Senior officials and the Minister of Public Works knew of the countless risks with the Phoenix launch, but they went ahead with it anyways. This has cost the taxpayers well over $50 million and damaged the lives of over 80,000 public servants. Why won't the Minister roll out bonuses for the people responsible for this train wreck?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Public Services.
Our priority is around ensuring that the people who are not receiving their pay get their pay. There will be a full investigation. We've asked the Auditor General afterwards, but for now we need to focus on the problem at hand, and that's getting people paid, and that's our priority. And so thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities, who recently signed bilateral agreements with all provinces and territories for Phase 1 of our government's historical infrastructure plan. One of the projects might be the prolongation of the Rapibus route so that people can get to and from work faster. Can the Minister explain to us how our government will continue to invest and make Canadians aware of public transit? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Gatineau, for his advocacy on public transit. As a former bus driver, I firsthand know the importance of public transit in our communities, and I was happy to see the Canadian Urban Transit Association members here last week to talk about the transit. Our government is investing $20 billion in public transit over the next 10 years. These new dedicated funding will help shorten commute times, reduce air pollution, strengthen our communities, and grow our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
The Ottawa Civic Hospital campus is almost 100 years old. It needs to be replaced. The hospital's expert panel chose a spot right across the street in which to do it, but the Environment Minister interfered to block construction there, and now the NCC may force the hospital to move to another, more expensive location. The government has had no problem helping with the $1 million in moving costs for the Prime Minister's friends and political staffers. If there are extra costs associated with the Environment Minister's interference, will the federal government help with the moving costs of this hospital?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his question. Our government is committed to a state-of-the-art hospital in Ottawa, and we understand the need from the community to make a decision quickly. Because we believe in transparent, rigorous, evidence-based decision-making, the Minister has asked the National Capital Commission to lead a site review, and that site review will take into consideration 12 federal land sites across the city. We encourage Canadians to get involved with this process. That was launched September 22nd. We are confident in the NCC's ability to lead a thorough study in order to provide the government with the best recommendation possible.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois has bought more time for Haitian and Zimbabwean refugees who were threatened with deportation and who were mostly refugees from the Haiti earthquake. But still, these refugees have not received an answer, and they are in trouble. Often their work permits have expired, they have no access to health insurance or banking services or telephone services. Will the Minister of Immigration pledge to finally adopt a global solution so that these refugees receive their permanent residency before October 1st? It is urgent. The Honourable Minister of Immigration and Refugees. Mr. Speaker, we have already taken such an initiative. I had a press conference with my Quebec counterpart in the Haitian community a few months ago, and we encouraged them to come to our offices, and we were ready to accept and welcome these Haitian refugees if they had the right documentation, and that's what we did. We did everything we could to welcome these Haitians. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, in Paris, the government pledged to fight climate change, and that's a good thing. But today, the Liberals are backing down and are adopting the same GHG reduction carbon targets as the Conservatives, who don't even recognize climate change. But the government won't even get close to achieving these weak targets without putting aside the Energy East pipeline project. Does the government realize that you can't reduce GHG emissions by increasing them? And yet, that is logical for Quebecers. The Honourable Minister of Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Our government knows that the growth of our economy and the protection of our environment go hand in hand. The federal government, with the provinces and territories, recognized in Vancouver that we must have an ambitious plan to meet our international obligations now and in future. I am working very hard with my counterparts, and that includes the Minister of Environment of Quebec, to ensure that we have a plan. With the previous government, they had targets but no plan, and we are serious.
L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, a new argument. The First Nations, the Indigenous people of Canada and the United States, signed a treaty yesterday against the further oil production and distribution in the oil sands. Like the Quebec people, they recognize the importance of fighting climate change. The government says it wants to act, but it refuses to put aside the Energy East pipeline, which will increase the tar sands production of 40%. There is no social license. The First Nations are against it. So is the Quebec Nation. Will the government finally abandon this toxic project? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
The Honourable Member knows that the government is committed to establishing a nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples. She also will know that we have been moving across the country deliberately and seriously, talking to Indigenous leaders about real accommodation, as energy projects are now in front of the regulatory process. In all provinces of Canada, we will be looking very carefully at the impact of these developments on Indigenous communities, and the conversations and the consultations have been meaningful, and we look for accommodation.
And that concludes question period for today. Tabling of documents.
Tabling documents. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honor of tabling in both official languages a treaty entitled Convention between the Government of Canada and the Government of the State of Israel for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income, signed in New York, September 21st, 2016. Explanatory notes accompany this treaty.
On behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honor to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Convention between the Government of Canada and the Government of the State of Israel for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income, done at New York on 21st of September 2016. An explanatory memorandum is included with this treaty. Thank you.
Tabling of government bills.
Ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act and to make a related amendment to another act, Registered Retirement Income Fund. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Elgin, Middlesex, London for seconding this important piece of legislation. This bill will remove the mandatory minimum withdrawal requirements from registered retirement income funds, which will enable seniors to save their hard-earned money for when they need it most and manage their savings as they see fit. Seniors should not be penalized for saving their money for retirement. This is why I look forward to the support of all of my honourable colleagues for this critical bill that will help our seniors. Thank you.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West, seconded by Ms. Vecchio, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
And when shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present 3 identical petitions signed by tens of thousands of Canadians from across the country, from Vancouver to Halifax. These petitions call upon Parliament to enact legislation to ensure that dog and cat fur is banned from importation and sale in Canada. The signatories note that the U.S., Australia, New Zealand, Switzerland, and the EU already have legislation in place with regard to cat and dog fur. Specifically, the EU's ban came into effect in 2009. The U.S. has had a ban since 2000. I would like to thank Ariel Lang from my riding of Beaches East York and the Canadians Against Trade of Dog and Cat Fur for preparing this petition and gathering these signatures. Of course, my private member's bill would ban the importation and sale of cat and dog fur.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon, Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure today to present another petition signed by Canadians who are calling on members of Parliament to support Bill C-241, which seeks to amend the Excise Tax Act to refund 100% of the GST paid by Canadian school authorities.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to present 2 petitions on the same subject, the British Home Children. The citizens who have signed these petitions ask this House for an unequivocal, sincere and public apology to the home children and their descendants. Over 100,000 of these children, orphaned or destitute, were sent from Britain to Canada between 1869 and 1948 to provide indentured labour to Canadian farms and households. The UK and Australia have already issued such an apology, and last April I tabled a motion in this House for Canada to do the same. So I'm happy to present these petitions that support that motion and issue an apology to these Canadians who are often victimized under the guise of protection. Thank you.
Presenting petitions.
Dale Hyde Park.
Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise today in the House to table electronic petition E308 on behalf of the residents of my riding of Parkdale High Park. When the former Conservative government enacted Bill C-51 in 2015, the outcry across this country was loud and strong. Canadians understand the need to combat terrorism, but they will never allow this fight to trump our fundamental rights and freedoms. There must be a balance. That's exactly what this petition seeks. Residents in my riding and across the country want a comprehensive review of Bill C-51. They want their privacy protected, and they want Canadian security agencies to always operate within the confines of the Charter of Rights. This petition gathered 2,607 signatures, Madam Speaker. None of that would have been possible without the hard work of an important advocate in my riding, Mr. Matt Curry from Stop C-51. I will continue to work with advocates like Mr. Curry to strengthen the constitutional rights and protections of all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Pending petition, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to stand today and present more petitions on behalf of Cassie and Molly's Law. These particularly are from the NDP riding where Cassie lived prior to her death and prior to the loss of her child while pregnant. These signatures are representative of tens of thousands that have already been presented to this House and represent Canadians of all walks of life, affirmed by my Nanos poll, which showed that 97 respondents to that poll were pro-choice, and the majority of those pro-choice individuals agreed that there is a need for this law in Canada. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I table a petition today signed by many constituents of Winnipeg North. It was dealing actually with Bill C-14, and just to provide assurances to those that have signed this petition that many of the issues that they raised in the petition were in fact debated through the process, and look forward to in a few years having another form of debate on it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions.
Questions on the order paper.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, Madam Speaker, there are two supplementary responses to questions Q147, originally tabled on June the 14th, 2016, could be made orders for return. These returns would in fact be immediately tabled. I have one other thing after that, Madam Speaker, if I continue on. And then finally, if I may, Madam Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions then be allowed to stand.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that those orders be tabled immediately?
Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills. Resuming debate.
Of Bill C-4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code and related acts.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to rise today in support of Bill C-4, and I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Minister as well as the government on following through with one of their election promises. New Democrats vigorously opposed the former Conservative government's attempt to restrict the rights of unions and change the rules governing labour relations under the guise of increased transparency. These bills were designed to weaken unions by forcing redundant and unreasonable financial reporting and by making it more difficult for Canadians in federally regulated workplaces to join unions. Allow me to recap the two bills that C-4 would repeal. Bill C-377 was an unnecessary, discriminatory law to impose onerous and absurdly detailed reporting requirements on unions. It was pushed through Parliament by the Conservatives despite widespread opposition from many groups, including constitutional and privacy experts, the provinces, Conservative and Liberal senators, Canada's Privacy Commissioner, the Canadian Bar Association, the NHL Players Association, the insurance and mutual fund industry, amongst others. Bill C-525 was a private member's bill supported by the Conservatives. It was designed to make it harder for workers to unionize and easier for unions to be decertified. The labour law changes were made without any evidence of a problem with the previous system of union certification. It is my hope that this bill will receive swift passage so that the restrictions and the risks brought by the Bill C-377 and C-525 will cease to exist. Madam Speaker, I had the privilege of hearing from many stakeholders during the committee hearings, both unions and employers, on this bill, and I am pleased to have the opportunity today to quote at length some of the testimony we heard last spring, much of which we heard at the committee from expert witnesses, describes the problems with these two pieces of legislation in a knowledgeable and straightforward way and in plain language that makes it really easy to see why these bills should be repealed. Tony Finelli, representing the construction and contract maintenance industry employers, on why he was opposed to the onerous disclosure and reporting requirements of Bill 377, and I quote, "If all trust funds, all training funds, virtually every fund that would be connected to a union are subject to public exposure, our competition would clearly understand over time how those monies go into training and how we do business. In the construction industry, training and development is a key component to the success of the projects we build and bid on. The staff either make or break an employer. We definitely saw this legislation would open the door for non-union to come in, just as I had mentioned. On top of that are the reporting requirements, the reporting responsibilities that would come out of this. When we did some of the preliminary audits on the cost of doing this, it was just prohibitive, and these are a group of large employers. It would happen not only with employers like us, the people I represent, the bigger employers in Canada, but across every employer association in every jurisdiction in this country. That's the reason we opposed. Mr. Finelli went on to say that if the Construction and Labour Relations Association of Alberta or the Industrial Contractors Association of Canada are held to be a labour trust and have to make the reports and returns required by Bill C-377, then both our confidentiality and our bargaining strategies would be laid open. This cannot be good for labour relations or good for either party in the labour relations continuum. I have been a labour relations practitioner in Canada for nearly 40 years. During that time, there has never been any issue arising in respect to this subject. If this hasn't been an issue in the past, what is going to be gained by such significant public disclosure? He goes on to say, we are also responsible for the privacy of our employees, and the legislation compels us to decide which law we breach, the Income Tax Act or the various federal and provincial privacy laws. It might be different if there was something wrong or right in this area, but it might be different if there was some wrong that needed to be righted in this area, but there simply isn't. The unionized contractors in Canada saw no obvious value in any part of Bill C-377 and therefore supported the repeal. We support the repeal of that legislation under the bill being considered today, end quote. The Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities also had the opportunity to hear from some eminent labour relations experts and practitioners. Andrew Sims was the Vice Chair of the 1996 Task Force to review the Canada Labour Code, gave an enlightening presentation and had this to say about both bills, C-377 and C-525. It is a fairly strong expression of views, but it is not simply my personal experience. It is founded on the last 30 years, and I think the most significant 30 years, the review of the Canada Code and the people whose laws will be affected. In my view, the two bills that are repealed by Bill C-4 both had the air of one side seeking political intervention for more ideological economic or relationship reasons, and they have corroded the view that legislative reform at the federal sector is based on a tripartite model, end quote. To the off-cited but erroneous comparison of a secret ballot form to form a union to an individual's vote during democratic election, here's what another expert witness, Sarah Slynn, Associate Professor at Osgoode Hall Law School at York University, had to say about Bill C-525. And I quote, "There is a faulty political election analogy at work here. Mandatory vote supporters commonly rely on a political election analogy founded on the view that certification votes are analogous to political campaigns and elections. The attraction of this argument is understandable, appealing as it does to the ideas of free speech and informed choice and workplace democracy, but it is a false one. The nature of union representation is not analogous to government power or political representation, and as a result, the nature of decision-making in a union vote is not analogous to that in a political election. First, the nature of the decision is totally different. Certification does not transform the employment relationship. It simply introduces the union as the employee's agent for the limited purposes of bargaining and administering any collective agreement that the union may be able to negotiate. The employer's overriding economic authority over employees continues in any event. Secondly, there is no non-representation outcome possible in the political context. In political elections, citizens vote between two or more possible representatives. There is no option to be unrepresented. So if the union representation elections were to be analogous to political elections, then it would be a vote among different collective employer representatives with no option for non-representation. That is just simply not the system we have anywhere in Canada." End quote. Professor Slynn also addressed the issue of card check versus secret ballot votes for union certification. In terms of cards being a reliable measure of employee support, it is often contended that votes more accurately indicate employees' desire for union representation than cards. It's suggesting that card-based certification fosters union misconduct to compel employees to sign cards. Although this is possible, there is no evidence, either in academic studies or in the case law from jurisdictions that use that procedure, that it is a significant or widespread problem. Anecdote isn't evidence, and it certainly shouldn't be a compelling basis for legislative change in the face of a lot of academic research finding that mandatory vote systems have negative effects on labor relations and that employers' interference in certification is indeed significant and widespread. End of quote. Another effect of Bill C-525 is the increased difficulty that employees would face when trying to form a union. Despite the Conservatives' denial, it is clear that mandatory voting procedure as set out in Bill C-525 would allow more opportunity for employers to influence the outcome of certification drives. I quote Professor Slynn again. "In every case, in a vote-based procedure, the employer is notified by the Labour Board that a certification application has been made. In most jurisdictions in Canada, all but two, there is a deadline for that vote. It's between 5 and 10 working days. Under the Canada Labour Code, there is no deadline for that vote. This provides ample time for employers to engage in anti-union campaigns." She goes on. "There's quite a bit of research on the delay in vote process. Representation votes by requiring a vote in addition to submitting evidence necessarily results in a longer certification procedure. It has been found that this significantly reduces the likelihood of certification where there's no time limit, as is currently the case under the Canada Labour Code and other federal legislation. These studies concluded that a combination of enforced statutory time limits and expedited hearings for unfair labour practices was necessary to satisfactorily offset these negative effects. Neither of these is currently available." End quote. Professor Slynn noted that this delay would be a real concern under the current provisions and that passing Bill C-4 would help partly address this issue. In terms of employer interference, Professor Slynn noted that the vote-based procedure gives employers a substantial opportunity to seek to defeat the organizing attempt. There are numerous studies showing this is not only widespread, but effective. A large percentage of managers surveyed in some of these studies admit to engaging in what they believe to be illegal, unfair labor practices to avoid union representation. Survey evidence has also found in Canada that non-union employees expect employer retaliation and expect anti-union conduct by employers. Research at UBC has found that Canadian employers are no less anti-union in their attitudes toward unions than their U.S. managers. Professor Slynn found that Bill C-4 amendments reversing the bill of C-525 and Bill C-377 changes, particularly to the representation procedures, are a change that better protects employees' decision-making about collective representation. Some of the aforementioned concerns about Bill C-525 were also echoed by Hassan Youssef from the Canadian Labour Congress, and he said, "If the board is uncertain about whether or not there is support for a union, the board itself can order a vote. Of course, on many occasions when there has been a vote, the board has found that employers have truly interfered with workers' ability to choose the union. Why would an employer care if workers want to join a union? If it's their free and democratic constitutional right in this country, why would employers want to interfere in other than the fact that if they do have a vote, it gives the employer time to use all kinds of tactics during the time the vote has been ordered? I could list some of the companies that clearly said they were going to close the facility or cut people's salary or lay people off. Of course, ultimately, it changed the workers' ability to really, truly exercise their free choice." Madam Speaker, it was abundantly clear from the testimony of respected individuals and experts that this Bill C-4 is a good first step, but we are disappointed that some of the major actions were missing from the bill. The government has intimated that it plans to move forward with labour policy reform. That would include hearing from unions, employers, and all other levels of governments and Canadians. While this is encouraging, it begs the question, why not immediately repeal the egregious labour law changes found in the previous government's Omnibus C-4? Why review bad legislation that is contentious and unconstitutional? The previous government's Omnibus C-4 also decimated health and safety protections for public service workers. When will the Liberals, the government, commit to restoring these important safeguards for the people who deliver our essential public services? As negotiations with the public sector unions resume this fall, public service workers are looking for the respect they were promised during the election, and they are hoping that this government will make good on their promise to restore fair collective bargaining for the public service. As part of the promised labour policy reform, will the government bring in legislation to update and modernize the Canada Labour Code? As we know, Madam Speaker, sections of that code that deal with workplace harassment, hours of work, overtime pay and vacation entitlements are about 60 years out of date. It's time we modernize the code to reflect the reality of today's labour market. Absolutely. The most recent review of the Canada Labour Code last happened in 2006, with the final report making several recommendations to help an increasing number of part-time and contractual employees. In May 2015, a briefing note to the former Minister of Labour said that the rise in part-time, temporary and self-employed workers, along with the demand for knowledge-based jobs, has changed the nature of work and the workplace. Will the government work with unions in ensuring that part-time, temporary and self-employed workers have the right to the same workplace and labour protections as other Canadian workers? Hear, hear. Given the rise in precarious and involuntary part-time employment, Canadian workers are faced with a host of added challenges that include eligibility for EI benefits, often results in diminished ability to save, Erratic hours create challenges in pursuing an education, arranging childcare, and qualifying for a mortgage. All these are contributing factors to the greater income inequality, and if the government is truly sincere about helping the middle class, then it must immediately address these issues. I'm sure my esteemed colleagues will agree that in every corner of this great country there is still much we can do, bless you, bring a better standard of living to Canadians. As the economy continues to struggle and the cost of living rises steadily while wages stagnate, Canadians are looking to the government to make life more affordable. Affordable childcare, pay equity, decent, accessible housing, and a living wage are all measures that would really help Canadians from all walks of life. Will the government commit to reinstating a fair minimum wage for workers in the federally regulated sectors? Some provinces and municipalities are already acknowledging that a living wage will make a huge difference in making life more affordable. Will our government step up and lead the way? Madam Speaker, another sad fact is that a disproportionate number of workers who are affected are women and young people, and we cannot afford not to act. It is way past time for the federal government to bring in stand-alone pay equity legislation. We have studied this issue and consulted, and the evidence is clear and undeniable. 2 committee reports have called for action, yet we continue to wait. Through a combination of policy and propaganda, the previous government started to dismantle the system of protections that have been put in place by decades of advocacy by labour organizations, community groups, and unions. Their right-wing agenda has generated policies that hurt the environment, social services, and all workers, especially those persons of colour, Indigenous peoples and communities, women, the poor, and other marginalized groups. Now that we have a new government in place, one that has promised equality for women, fairness for Indigenous people, and sunny ways for all, I do look forward to seeing this government work closely with all members in this House, as well as unions and civil society, to bring about better jobs and a more secure future for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cape Breton, Council.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her comments today. And certainly she has a great deal of equity in her opinion. I know that she's her career, her background before coming to the House has been in working on behalf of Canadian workers, really, and making sure that those that face day-to-day challenges are that their concerns are being heard. And I know that that'll be her. As she brought forward in her speech, those are numerous, and certainly as a government, we'll try to work. It's a daunting challenge and daunting task, but hopefully, month after month, we'll be able to address many of the changes that she had talked about today, and some of the improvements in Canadians' lives that she had talked about today. But in particular on C4, and because I know she's been involved in the labour movement, the past legislation that's being repealed, I fail to see where any of that legislation would have improved the lives of anybody, any Canadian. I don't know how those pieces of legislation would have created a job in this country. It appears to many, and certainly to myself, Madam Speaker, it was just an affront to organized labour, and so I'd just like to take if the member could share her thoughts, that obviously that was our take on it, that it was just an attack on organized labour.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments and his offer to allow me to comment on Bill C-377 and Bill C-525 and comment on them with the lens that they were just simply mean-spirited anti-union legislation that did nothing on a number of levels. So first, let me talk about Bill C-377. My comment there is just what we heard from the previous government is they would just continually say democracy, transparency, accountability, democracy, and they would repeat that, and what they're trying to do is just kind of insinuate that somehow there is no democracy, there is no accountability, there is no transparency within the union movement and within those associations, and that is simply just not true. And if anyone has been part of a union or an association, you understand the requirements needed to share with your members and to file reports. It was an onerous reporting that just added a lot of work and expense both on employers, as you heard in my comments, and on unions. And just a quick comment around the Bill C-525, which really was, as I mentioned in my comments, bringing in was a solution to a problem that didn't exist. We heard that over and over in the committee. We heard it from employers. We heard it from unions. It became very clear when we heard from the experts, both from a previous chair of a commission that reviewed the Canada Labour Code, as well as from professors and experts within labour relations, that it simply was there to make it harder to unionize and easier to decertify, and that certainly was the MO of the previous government. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I did listen to my colleague with great interest, and I also noted her comments around you can't compare voting for an election to voting for a union. I wonder if she realizes that there are times in any sort of movement towards unionization that you both have perhaps the employer, but you also have employees who have very, very strong feelings on moving in a particular direction, and how torn the people in the workforce can actually get and how divided they can get over this issue of whether they're going to unionize or not, and how difficult it can be to have not have the ability for a secret ballot. So I would like her to stand up and tell employees from across this country why they don't deserve a ballot over something that is a very personal issue to perhaps to them.
Member for Saskatoon West.
I want to thank my colleague for the comments and the questions, and for sort of bringing up that conversation that we had both at the committee level. And I guess on a number of points, I would like to point out that what the evidence is clear is that more often what we know from the research is that it's employers who are intimidating employees. It is not unions intimidating members to sign cards. There's always going to be people within a workplace, for whatever reason, that aren't going to agree with the majority of people that sign cards. But I guess I want to, some of this is about understanding the rules as they are now. If there is any whiff from a Labour Relations Board that something amiss has gone on during that certification drive, the board is there to ensure that a secret vote is taken in order to see if that in fact has happened. Of course, what we know from the research and evidence, it's more often employers that are the ones that receive unfair labour relations charges, because they are the ones trying to influence union members not to sign cards. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always interesting in this House to hear Conservatives rise and talk about the importance of voting and democracy in the workplace, because, of course, their interest in this topic only starts after workers have already indicated that they want to join a union by signing cards. The Conservatives are never going to propose a system where all workers in all workplaces in Canada get to vote periodically on whether or not they'd like a union. So the Conservative interest in voting is really just an obstacle to workers who want to join unions doing so. And I wonder if my colleague from Saskatoon West could maybe speak to the record the Conservatives had in government and whether she believes their professed concern for workplace democracy is genuine.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for giving me the opportunity to talk about this issue and to sort of reflect back on the previous government's attitude towards unions, and they certainly have not been champions of unions, and I think most of us in this House would agree, except for perhaps a few, that part of the agenda of the previous government was to reduce workers' rights as much as possible, to undermine unions and the collective rights of workers and unions to make workplaces better, to improve health and safety. If you go back and you look at the other things that are involved in the previous government's Bill C-4, you'll see a list there of things that they wanted to remove. Health and safety, they wanted to remove the rights of public sector workers to be able to take things to the Labour Relations Board. They wanted to unilaterally be a part of negotiating things that they took off the table that you could no longer do with collective agreements. You just need to look back to really be able to find out that when they espouse the words democracy, transparency, and accountability, they are using those to say that unions and working people somehow, don't, that somehow we aren't that way, that unions aren't that way, that the public's not that way, as a wedge issue in order for them to bring forward what was very clearly an anti-worker, anti-safety, anti-union agenda of the previous government. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her contribution today. And we understand she comes from a perspective based on experience, and it's great to hear her point of view. I just have a very quick question for her. In her opinion, which bill put the labour movement back further, Bill C-377 or Bill C-525? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West. A very brief answer, please.
Okay. Well, my brief answer would be they were both setting the labour relations, workers' rights, and health and safety back. They worked in tandem together. They were part of a larger agenda, and I'm very proud to stand up today to support the government's leadership here and to make those two bills history. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat, the honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to stand up today and talk about Bill C-4. Its purpose, of course, is to repeal the provisions enacted by Bill C-377 and C-525. In other words, Bill C-4 aims to restore fairness and balance to labour relations. Throughout this process, there are some who worried about transparency. In fact, they claim Bill C-4 attacks the transparency to which our government has committed itself. Nothing could be further from the truth. Mr. Speaker, all in this House know that our government is a champion for transparency. We are a government that's transparent, honest, and accountable to Canadians. We adhere to the most stringent ethical standards. Madam Speaker, if we are talking about transparency, it's because this issue is of particular concern with regards to Bill C-377. Some think that the legislation was necessary to improve the financial transparency of unions. They say that it was required to guarantee public access to information on union expenses. However, our government strongly believes that they are mistaken. Rather than improving transparency, Bill C-377 actually created additional privacy issues. Bill C-377 was pushed through Parliament by the previous government despite loud opposition from many different groups, including Conservative and Liberal senators, constitutional experts, and certain organizations such as the Canadian Bar Association. The previous government refused to listen to anyone, which is precisely why they are the previous government. We do things differently. We listen, and our efforts to improve labour relations in Canada were applauded by key stakeholders. The Public Service Alliance of Canada was pleased that our government tabled legislation to repeal Bill C-377 and Bill C-525, which this union believed were designed to weaken unions, are unconstitutional, and are a violation of privacy rights. Madam Speaker, Canada's Privacy Commissioner, Daniel Thériault, himself has expressed concerns with Bill C-377. In his view, publicly listing specific individuals' political and lobbying activities, as well as education, training, and conference activities in accordance with Bill C-377 is overreaching. Recently, he appeared before the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills, and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, also known as HUMA. And Madam Speaker, I'll take this opportunity to advise the House that I'm splitting my time with the honourable and learned member from Vaughan Woodbridge. Now, if I may quote Monsieur Terrien from the committee, "My role is to advise parliamentarians on the consequences that legislative measures can have on privacy. I do not have an opinion on the activities of labour organizations, specifically, but, like my predecessor, I have maintained all along that the provisions contained in Bill C-377 and its previous incarnations went too far by imposing a public disclosure requirement. They were unreasonable and infringed on privacy rights." Mr. Terrien continued, "Transparency is not an end unto itself. It cannot be an absolute objective to the exclusion of other considerations. Transparency efforts must be carefully balanced with the need to protect the personal information of individuals." I couldn't agree more. Protecting personal information is something that Bill C-377 simply does not do. To provide my honourable colleagues with more context, this legislation amended the Income Tax Act to require unions to provide the Minister of National Revenue with detailed information on their finances. More specifically, Bill C-377 forces labour organizations and labour trusts, including those under provincial jurisdiction, to provide information returns. These returns would then be made publicly available on the Canada Revenue Agency's website. Bill C-377 requires this information to include financial statements stating the total of all transactions, including certain transactions over $5,000 listed separately. These could include statements on the assets, debts, and expenses, and the salaries of certain individuals. And as if this weren't enough, unions must also provide details on the time spent by certain individuals on political and lobbying activities, and activities not related to labour relations. Worse still, failure to comply with reporting requirements is considered an offence subject to a fine of $1,000 for each day of non-compliance, up to $25,000 per year. Madam Speaker, let me state it clearly. Bill C-377 does nothing to add to the transparency of unions' affairs, and the former government knows this well. To begin with, were this legislation to remain in place, employers would have access to unions' financial information, but the opposite would not be the case. In a collective bargaining process, unions would clearly be put at a disadvantage. For example, in the case of a work stoppage, an employer would know exactly how much money the union had in its strike fund. So it would know how long the union could hold out in the event of a strike. All the employer would have to do is wait out till the strike fund was exhausted. This is unfair, unbalanced, and unreasonable. The union is completely stripped of one of its key bargaining levers. In addition, the strict disclosure requirements apply only to labour organizations and labour trusts. They do not affect other groups that also receive beneficial tax treatment under the Income Tax Act. This practice discriminates against unions and upsets the balance in labour relations across this country. Lastly, provisions are already in place requiring unions to fulfill their financial reporting responsibilities. For example, Section 110 of the Canada Labour Code requires unions and employers organizations to provide financial statements to their members upon request and free of charge. There are also similar provisions in most provincial labour relations legislation. Bill C-377 does nothing to add to this regulatory regime. The reality is that the vast majority of unions already make their financial statements available to their members. These documents generally contain aggregated financial information and seem to meet the intended objective without it being necessary to name specific names. In other words, it protects privacy. Instead of promoting true transparency, Bill C-377 infringes on the right of privacy. Madam Speaker, we should not force unions to provide detailed information on their finances. That is why steps have already been taken by the Minister of National Revenue to remove these obligations. As a result, during the repeal process, unions and other stakeholders affected by the bill are not required to submit detailed tracking of their activities for fiscal year 2016. Madam Speaker, balance is the key. Yes, we need to be transparent, but we also need to respect privacy. Balance needs to be restored in relations between employees and employers. To that end, I urge all members of this House to support Bill C-4. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member across the way expressed concern, quite correctly, that these regressive conservative bills were creating an imbalance during work stoppages. Another thing that created an imbalance during work stoppages is the ability of employers to bring in replacement workers. Because what it does is allows the employer to lock out its employees and really not incur the consequence of having to operate without the labor. It can simply bring in replacement workers. So I wonder, based on the member for Newmarket Aurora's professed concern for balance in labor relations, whether the government would support anti-scab legislation.
I remember for Newmarket Aurora.
Well, I thank the honourable member from Regina Capel for the question. Always good questions from this honourable member. Our government is taking an overall approach reviewing labour legislation throughout the country, and we're going to take a tripartite approach. Labour legislation, labour relations are an important issue that is fundamental to supporting the middle class in Canada. It's fundamental to make sure that Canadians have family-sustaining jobs, and we're working towards that goal. But the best way to do it is to work in consultation with all stakeholders, including all members of this House. And I support our government in that effort. I know the honourable member does too, and we look forward to hearing his input on that process. Thank you for the question.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And when I listen to the Liberals, I have heard the word transparency spoken time after time after time, and they're really good at speaking the words, but when it comes to money or putting their mouth or their actions where the words are, they fail utterly. And I want to give you a couple of examples. The First Nations Transparency Act, which for the first time ever was allowing band members to see how their chiefs and councils were spending their money. And in the same sense that a member of parliament, my constituents, can see how my expenses are spent. They actually took a very good piece of legislation and put that ability for First Nations to see that information back into the dark. They've done the same. We really still don't know what that little bag of cash that apparently is going to be paid back from their moving expenses. So again, they talk about transparency, but we have no idea what the extra of the bag of cash is. And for union members, again, it was an issue of transparency where there would be the ability for union members, without having to go begging for the information, to have audited financial statements where their unions were accountable. So my question is why do they say the words transparency so often, but when they have the opportunity, they fail miserably?
Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for her question, and she started her question by indicating she had listened to the speeches, but I find that hard to believe, because if she had listened to my speech, she would realize how transparent unions already operate in this country. This act wasn't meant to promote transparency. Let's be real for a minute here. These acts were meant to crush unions. That's the political ideology on that side of the House. We don't have to make any bones about it. It was used as a fundraising mechanism as well. So it wasn't an act about transparency. That being said, I will debate that member and any member across the floor on which government is more transparent. Our Prime Minister is the reason why people in your riding can see your expenses and why they're posted online. Okay, so let's not debate transparency. For 9 years, this was the most opaque, hidden government in the history of Canada, and they have the audacity to stand in the House today and complain about transparency. Give me a break, Madam Speaker.
So, I just want to remind the member that he's actually addressing the House, so when you're using the word you, thank you very much. There's not enough time for another question, therefore, resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm very proud and fortunate to stand here at third reading to support our government in moving forward with this important piece of legislation, Bill C-4, which repeals Bills C-377 and C-525. I spoke on this bill earlier, but I wanted to share my thoughts on Bill C-4 again because I believe strongly in working to create a prosperous Canada, one in which the middle class and those looking to join it can grow and succeed. It was something that I campaigned on last year and a key plank in our government's election platform. The two bills that C-4 seeks to repeal undermine labour unions and labour relations in our country, and in so doing weakened our middle class. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, our government has an unwavering commitment to the middle class through initiatives like the Canada Child Benefit, which now sees 9 out of 10 Canadian families receiving higher monthly and tax-free benefits of approximately $2,300 a year, our middle-class tax cut, which reduced taxes for over 9 million Canadians, and, Madam Speaker, that will provide over the next 5 years approximately $20 billion of tax relief to Canadians. Yes, Madam Speaker, $20 billion of tax relief to middle-class Canadians, and recently an historic agreement that the Minister of Finance reached collaboratively with his provincial colleagues to expand and strengthen the Canada Pension Plan. Madam Speaker, our government is working to strengthen Canada's economy and ensure that all Canadians have the opportunity to succeed. When I last spoke on C-4, I talked about the importance of the bill in restoring a clear and balanced approach to labour relations in Canada. I also talked about the fact that both my parents were union members, and it was through the labour movement and through its fight for fair wages and benefits that our family prospered in Canada. Frankly, it is one of the reasons why I have the privilege to stand and speak in this House today. I would like to focus my comments today more on my personal connection to labour unions and their importance in helping create and sustain a strong middle class. But before I do, I should probably provide some context and briefly explain the two bills that are to be repealed. Bill 377, which received royal assent in June 2015 and came into force at the end of 2015, created unnecessary red tape for the unions and put workers at a disadvantage during the collective bargaining process. C-525, which came into force on June 16, 2016, made it more difficult for employees to unionize and easier for a bargaining agent to be decertified. Both bills diminish and weaken Canada's labour movement. They're counterproductive to a positive working relationship between employees and employers and negatively impacted the growth and prosperity of Canada's middle class. The two bills that C-4 seeks to repeal were ideologically driven, not fact, and aimed at undermining the effectiveness of labour unions across Canada, from coast to coast to coast. One bill, Bill C-377, placed onerous and unfair reporting obligations that were solely directed at labour and not any other organizations, be it professional or otherwise. And the other, Bill C-525, changed the way that unions were certified and decertified, making it harder for workers to organize. There was no compelling need to make it harder on the labour movement, no sound economic argument for the Conservative changes to the Labour Code. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Given the essential role that unions play in fostering and maintaining a prosperous middle class, protecting the rights of workers, needlessly upsetting the labour market relations system that has contributed significantly to the overall Canadian economy makes little economic sense. Madam Speaker, I said that I would be focusing my comments on a personal connection to the labour movement. Those of you who know me know that I'm an economist and a former corporate and government debt analyst who worked on Wall Street and Bay Street for nearly 25 years. You might be asking yourself, why would I be such a strong proponent of what Bill C4 is? Well, Madam Speaker, because professionally and personally, I recognize the importance and balance in Canada's labour system, not only in allowing workers to make free and informed decisions, but also for employers to have a degree of certainty and access to a skilled workforce. If we want to see an example of the labour system working in balance, we can look no further than the recent negotiations between General Motors and Unifor, in which through a transparent collective bargaining process, both sides have come to a tentative agreement which seeks to achieve the best interests of both parties, business and labour. If I may quote Jerry Diaz, Unifor's national president, this framework puts into motion what will be an historic agreement to secure a future for our members, for our communities, and for the auto industry in Canada, said Unifor National President Jerry Diaz, who led the negotiations. Madam Speaker, we must always ensure that labour and business can bargain in an open and balanced process, and the bills that are repealed in C4 tilted that balance, and it was wrong. In my constituency of Vaughan Woodbridge, I see how a fair and balanced labour system allows LIUNA and the Carpenters Union to work with their partners, helping to ensure the availability of an educated and skilled labour force. That collaboration has played a large role in the phenomenal growth in enterprises in the city I call home, Vaughan, throughout the GTA, and frankly all of Canada. Madam Speaker, over the summer I attended a LIUNA industry awareness event at their training facility in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, where I saw firsthand the training programs that LIUNA offers its members. LIUNA and its partners continue to train successive generations of workers who make Ontario a strong province and a beautiful place to call home. We must remember that unions like LIUNA continue to advocate for better health and safety conditions, strengthened pensions, which, Madam Speaker, allows for a strong and prosperous and growing middle class. Madam Speaker, on a personal level, I also appreciate the importance of unions and a fair and balanced labour relations system. Being raised on the northwest coast of Canada in Prince Rupert, British Columbia, one of 3 boys, both my parents were union members. My father was a tradesperson, a carpenter and sheet metal worker. My mother, who like my father immigrated from Italy, worked in the fish processing plant. My parents came to Canada to build a better life, and they brought with them the only asset they had, a work ethic and a desire to build a better life for their family. With their union job, with benefits, good wages, and a safe environment, their aspirations for their family came true. My parents instilled in me a very strong work ethic, and certainly those who know me know that I've carried that ethic with me proudly my entire life. They also instilled in me a very real understanding of the importance of unions and what decent wages and benefits mean to families. In high school and while studying at university, I was a union member, working at the fish cannery, the Prince Rupert grain elevator, and a pulp mill during the summers to help pay for my education. The work wasn't easy and the pay wasn't exorbitant, but it was a fair and decent wage. And because of rules and oversight that unions helped to bring about, dangerous work environments were made safer. Madam Speaker, unions and their members are one of the backbones of the middle class in Canada. Union jobs enabled my immigrant parents to join the middle class. They allowed me the opportunities to pursue a higher education. And ultimately, and with much happiness and privilege, it led me here to stand before you in the House of Commons. Madam Speaker, in closing, I want to reiterate my support for Bill C4, my full support, and our government's efforts to restore a fair and balanced labour relations system, and reaffirm my commitment to working toward creating and maintaining a prosperous Canada, one in which the middle class and those looking to join it can grow and succeed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I asked whether the government would support anti-scab legislation, the answer was that the government supported a tripartite process, which sounds sensible unless what it means is that employers would have a veto on anti-scab legislation. The other response we've heard in previous debates is that the government would only consider anti-scab legislation as part of a comprehensive review of the Canada Labour Code. So I was wondering if the member for Vaughan Woodbridge could tell us when his government is going to begin that comprehensive review of the Canada Labour Code.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you to my colleague for that question. Bill C-4 seeks to address two real issues that were brought in by the previous government on Bill C-377 and C-525, which tilted the balance away from unions, or really tilted the balance that was in place. And that's the first step we've adopted to address within our labour relations area. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And one of the things that's interesting, and I know that the honourable member and I are both from the same province, is that I was wondering if he's aware that the construction industry is the only industry where certification is done by secret ballot, and yet every other organization, or so actually they're not done by secret ballot, but every other union certification that happens in the province of Ontario is done by secret ballot. So being from Ontario, I'd like to ask the honourable member, Madam Speaker, is why should it be any different federally, and does he actually support the current practice in the province of Ontario for most unions, with the exception of the construction industry, to require a secret ballot for union certification? Does he support that?
Honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question, your colleague from Barrie Innisfil, I believe. What I will say is one of the components which we see in C4 and repealing 377 and 525 is that, firstly, union financial disclosure is already addressed in Canada's Labour Code and many provincial labour statutes. So many of the provisions contained in 525 and 377 were actually unnecessary. Secondly, that the bill targeted only unions and not professional organizations. With regards to the construction industry, there is a very healthy collective bargaining process that takes place in Ontario between the construction unions and their counterparties, and has allowed the province to grow and prosper. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Shefford.
Honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his excellent speech and for his support for this bill. I agree with him. Unions are important partners in our labour relations, and those relations need to be based on collaboration, transparency, and respect. C4, indeed, will re-establish balance and fairness to improve our labour relations with our unions in Canada. My question is very simple. I would like to offer my colleague the opportunity to give me a few additional examples of the advantages of this bill.
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague and friend across the aisle. What I will say on Bill C4, it restores balance within the labor relations system here in Canada. And we need balance in any type of bargaining process. You need that system in place. And more importantly, for the broader economy, you need to have transparent collective bargaining process take place, much like we saw with the recent Unifor negotiations, much like we saw with the recent Cup W Canada Post negotiations. And frankly, the bill that the prior government brought into, the two bills that the prior government, previous government brought into place were unnecessary, basically attacked unions and tilted the system in a way where it upset the balance that was currently in place and was working fine. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to participate in the debate on Bill C4. It's a debate that's very important, that unfortunately is going to affect democracy and in unions for decades in Canada. There are many who agree with me that the values of the Liberal Party don't represent the values of union workers. And they're far, very far from representing those of a responsible government, such as was left by the previous Conservative government at the end of the previous legislature. Our Conservative government gave a voice to union members, which is one of their basic rights. Taking away transparency and the freedom of a secret vote shows a lack of respect and judgment from this Liberal government. A government that is practicing the politics of avoidance and which is rather helping its friends. This government has simply abandoned union members and has ceded to the pressure of big union bosses. And I say politely ceded to the pressure, but saying that it's a quid pro quo is probably more accurate. There is no doubt that unions have their place. Union members choose to pay dues to defend their rights and negotiate working conditions that are acceptable to both parties and which are to the good of both parties. The goal is certainly not for union members to find themselves in situations where they're subject to labor relations terrorism. These are things that we've all heard about. Friends and family members have been victim of it, or we may have been victims ourselves. And Madam Speaker, we've all heard stories about young people who have never gone to vote because they've been put under pressure. Because people say, we know you're going to vote against the union, be careful. Be very careful. And because it's not a secret vote, they can't express themselves. And what happens is that sometimes votes take place and not even 10% of the workers are present because they have been bullied. And there are thousands of situations like this across the country. Madam Speaker, there's intimidation, harassment, fanaticism, and abuse of power. We all have among our friends and family workers who have paid the price for these tactics and who have paid indeed a very high price because they have suffered a burnout at work or suffered psychological damage or even trauma. Taking away the rights of union members is unacceptable and is completely out of sync with our society of today, where freedom and transparency are very important. But as we've seen over the last year, this government, which says that it's transparent, instead does whatever it wants without a second thought. Imagine if we asked Canadians to go and vote in a general election publicly by a show of hands. It would be a scandal. Everyone voting in a community hall with pressure from the candidates and the parties looking at them. That's what the Liberal government is now imposing on our union members. And they're imposing this as a forced vote on their parliamentarians. The party line for this issue, which is a moral issue, is shameful. And it hurts all of the legislators here in this House. Madam Speaker, I'm asking questions that thousands of Canadians are asking. Canadians who are disgusted with this Liberal government, which wants to let big union bosses grease their palms and have their palms greased in return. This is the Liberal way of doing things, and it's not new. It's something that Liberals do and will continue to do as long as they don't get caught with their hand in the cookie jar. While this government hasn't accomplished very much since it came into power, we have watched this government travel to the four corners of the world, having a good time, at a cost to the Canadian taxpayer. The Canadian taxpayer's money is money that the Prime Minister is spending as if it were his own. The spending scandals are numerous, and there are many examples we've seen just this week. Moving costs of the best friend of the Prime Minister and his Chief of Staff, $200,000, an astronomical sum. Limousines and room rentals at exorbitant costs for certain ministers. And that's not counting the billions of dollars of debt that this Liberal government is leaving to future generations. Like to my granddaughter, who will be born very soon. We all know that only the Liberals seem to not know how to count. Someday the money is going to run out, and at the rhythm things are going, I'm afraid that that day is going to come very soon. Madam Speaker, when will the soap opera end? The soap opera, I got caught with my hand in the till, that we're getting from this Prime Minister. Not only the Liberals have both their hands in the till, but all week, the Prime Minister has defended the indefensible to try to quiet everything down. This is a clear lack of judgment from the Prime Minister. And that's not surprising, because there are example after example of waste of public funds. This party has gone on long enough, Madam Speaker. Could we please stop giving Canadians money to the Prime Minister's friends, giving quid pro quos to the big union bosses, and stop all of this? Where is this Prime Minister's judgment? Another file that doesn't make any sense, Madam Speaker, is that of the Liberal government's desire to press forward on electoral reform. No one in my riding has spoken to me about this yet. Truly, no one. Why complicate something that the people of Canada already understand very well? And that for over 140 years. In my humble opinion, it's rather the Prime Minister whose judgment needs to be reformed. Centralizing power in the hands of the minority, practicing scare tactics to serve their own interests, well, that's not ethical at all. Not to me and not to the Canadians who are watching. I hope, Madam Speaker, that my colleagues across the way will understand what I mean when I talk about politics of avoidance. I'm talking about how this government is not defending democracy, how this government is not being accountable, how this government is not engaging, this government is not protecting each and every person, whatever their status, that this government is not fulfilling its governmental responsibilities, and that it is leaving the majority behind to benefit a minority. And now the government wants to break with tradition in the Constitution Act of 1867 and the Supreme Court Act, which control how we appoint judges to the Supreme Court, because the Prime Minister has decided that he doesn't need to respect the convention of appointing a judge from Atlantic Canada. It's incredible, but it's true. Madam Speaker, these politics of these nonsensical politics are just a start, and I'm very afraid, Madam Speaker. The government seems to prefer taking selfies around the world than doing its job. Madam Speaker, we have a Prime Minister who is making Canada a laughingstock, whose transparency only shows through the lens of a smartphone, and who is unable to defend transparency within our democratic institutions. It's scandalous. While we had a leader here who claimed that he was going to defend the middle class, well, it's all been smoke and mirrors for thousands of Canadians. And at the end of the day, as citizens, retirees, working Canadians, parents, and individuals in a country, we're all going to lose out. C4 is just a plan to serve the interests of one person, yes, a prime minister who is avoiding making real decisions for a strong, prosperous, and safe society and economy, as was left by the Conservative government. Madam Speaker, let me list a few of the measures the changes that have been made by this government. Higher taxes, cuts to income splitting, cuts for families who earn less than $60,000 a year and who use their tax-free savings account, threatening the the daycare tax credit, ending airstrikes against ISIS, and an endless string of deficits which are mortgaging our country for our children and grandchildren. And as if that wasn't enough, now the government is helping big union bosses instead of defending union workers, workers who have a right to dignity, to vote, a right to vote according to their convictions in secret. Madam Speaker, I think that it's time that the person who's pulling the strings of this Liberal government shows good judgment, and that he work to incarnate the values of a responsible government that is transparent and allows all the opportunity to vote as is their right. I'll conclude, Madam Speaker, with the word that symbolizes the Liberal Party of Canada: scandal. As for the bill that we are debating, well, it's just the Liberals helping their buddies once again, and this goes completely against our Canadian democracy and the values of the Conservative Party and the values of our society in Canada. Union members and all Canadians are having their rights taken away, and I call this Prime Minister to come to reason, or at least that one of his advisors should maybe wake him up. Finally, for all these reasons, Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Louis Saint Laurent, that the motion be amended by substituting after the word "that" by the following: that Bill C4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act, be not now read a third time, but be sent to the Standing Committee on Human Resources Development and Skills and the Condition of Persons with Disabilities, for the committee to restudy sections 5 to 11 to preserve the provisions of the current act under which accreditation for a bargaining agent or the revocation of such accreditation must be subordinated to a majority vote in a secret ballot. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Alors, l'amendement...
The amendment, moved by the honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière, is receivable.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would like to congratulate my colleague, a veteran colleague here, and I would like to thank him and congratulate him, as he's just informed all of Canada that he will soon be a grandfather. Madam Speaker, I mentioned that my colleague is a veteran colleague. Well, he was elected in 2006 for the first time, so he's been in this House for over 10 years, and he'll remember, like all Canadians, that the first law that the Harper government tabled in 2006 was the Federal Accountability Act. And that was something, literally, because we literally had to turn the page on the previous years, where we had, of course, the sponsorship scandal of dubious memory. So the first act of the Harper government was to be transparent and accountable. One of the first measures of the current government is to put in place a law that eliminates accountability for unions and which attacks democracy and which attacks transparency and accountability. So, Madam Speaker, my question for my colleague is the following one. How does he see the action of the current government, which in one of its very first acts, C4, one of its first acts, it's a law that attacks the basic foundation of this country, democracy, transparency, and accountability? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. And it's true that in a few days I will have the great honour of being a grandparent. And I want to leave to all future generations of Canadians a country that is in good fiscal and social health. That's very important to me. Coming back to accountability, Madam Speaker, well, that was the battle horse of our previous Conservative government, and unfortunately today we've seen all week that, well, this government is just showing excess after excess. They've got both hands in the till to pay for nice things for themselves and their friends. And that's what we're going to see, I have no doubt, Madam Speaker, in the months and weeks to come. And it will stop in October 2019.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague from Lévis-Lotbinière spoke very strongly in favor of a secret vote to determine if employees should unionize or not. But why limit that provision to employees who have already signed union cards? I would like to ask if my colleague would prefer a regime where all Canadian employees in all workplaces would have the opportunity periodically to vote to say yes or no to a union. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Fundamentally, I believe that all union members in Canada, in a strike vote or a vote to make a decision, should have the right to vote by secret ballot. Why, Madam Speaker? Well, because you can be against the will of the union bosses for many reasons. For example, in a strike vote, if you feel for personal reasons that it's important for you to work, to feed your children, to pay your mortgage, well, you don't want to go on a strike that's going to last 2 or 3 months, that might even end with the company that you've worked for 10, 20, 15 years to bankruptcy or to moving away. Well, I think it's fundamental. What I think is most unfortunate here is when a business that has 2,000 employees has only 122 people show up to vote. Well, that's ridiculous. That sort of situation shouldn't happen in Canada. It shouldn't happen anywhere in the world, but in particular not here in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Je veux dire merci pour...
I would like to thank my colleague for his speech here today.
Riding over the summer, I was stopped at Tim Hortons, and a resident of Barrie-Innisfil came up to me and he said, "Did you hear about the new Liberal Happy Meal at McDonald's?" And basically he said, you can order anything on the menu and the kids behind you will pay for it. So I thought it was appropriate. Madam Speaker, given the fact that my colleague is going to be a grandparent soon, how worried is he about the future of the Canadian economy and his children and his grandchildren having to pay for the Liberal debt and deficit situation?
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his very important question. Yes, Madam Speaker, I am worried about the future, about the direction, about the vision of this government for all Canadians. I am very concerned, deeply concerned about where we are going, about the road they are taking us down, because as they're giving money that we don't have to others, well, you know what, we're going to run out sometime. And as Canada's credit rating goes down, well, the Liberals will go down with it.
Questions et commentaires? Pour le bénéfice de la Chambre.
For the benefit of the House, I will reread the amendment that was tabled. I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, that the motion be amended by substituting after the word that the following. That Bill C4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code. Dispense?
It being 1:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration of motion M39 on immigration to Atlantic Canada in the name of Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart, seconded by Mr. Casey. By Mr. Casey, Charlottetown, moves that the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration be instructed to undertake a study on immigration to Atlantic Canada to consider, among other things, the challenges associated with an aging population and shrinking population base, and 2 possible recommendations on how to increase immigration to the region, and that the committee report its findings to the House within 1 year of the adoption of this motion. Debate. The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to stand in the House of Commons today to speak to the motion requesting the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration to undertake a study to explore ways to increase immigration to Atlantic Canada. I'd also like to speak today to the importance of studying the retention of those immigrants to ensure that we are achieving the goal of strengthening Atlantic Canada's workforce communities as well as the long-term economic outlook. At this time, I would also like to recognize my many colleagues from Atlantic Canada and across the country who see the importance of this issue and who have become joint seconders to the motion. I look forward to hearing their insight on this issue during the debate. Madam Speaker, although immigration is not an issue that I hear about specifically at the doors in Fundy Royal, many of the priorities and issues relating to economic growth and sustainable rural communities lead back to Atlantic Canada's aging and shrinking population. Let me give you a few examples. The Bay of Fundy is a world-renowned tourist destination and a key economic driver in my beautiful riding of Fundy Royal in New Brunswick. In fact, we're now preparing for the completion of the Fundy Trail Parkway and a significant increase in visitors to the area over the next few years. These visitors are drawn to the area to enjoy the coastline, Fundy National Park, and the host of adventures and authentic experiences offered in the communities throughout the riding. This summer, I spoke to many of the tourism operators who told me that they had a difficult time filling the job vacancies that they had this year, and they're having a hard time planning for future growth because of the limited workforce. In addition to the impact on businesses, I've also seen the impact of low population growth in communities. Rural schools are struggling to remain open because of dwindling enrollment. Just last year in Fundy Royal, both Norton Elementary School and the Riverside Albert Consolidated School were being considered for closure. Both communities lobbied successfully to keep their schools open, but they do realize they need a sustainable plan that will rely on maintaining and increasing school enrollment. Communities and employers across the region are feeling the impact of the current demographics. Ultimately, fewer people are of working age are supporting more people who require social benefits. Not only is this bad for economic growth, it means fewer services and higher taxes for residents in a weaker fiscal environment. This correlation was articulated well last winter in a Globe and Mail article authored by former New Brunswick Premier Frank McKenna. In his article, he urged the federal government to look at ways to increase immigration to Atlantic Canada as a means to move the dial in respect to the economy. Since that time, the shrinking population of Atlantic Canada has been identified as the most pressing concern for the future of the region by all Atlantic premiers. The aging population in Atlantic Canada means that right now our workforce is shrinking. We've got more people leaving the workforce than we do entering the workforce, and this is compounded by outmigration. From a business perspective, if you're looking to invest, to grow, and to innovate in Atlantic Canada, one of the things that you need to know is that you've got the people available to do the work. The other facet to an aging population is that there becomes a need for more and more caregivers. Due to the noted outmigration and new ways of life, many families are not in a position to care for their senior parents and grandparents. This reality will mean a higher demand for home care workers and frontline healthcare workers at the same time that the workforce is shrinking. To paint a picture for members who may not be familiar with the realities of the situation in Atlantic Canada, I ask you to consider these facts. Statistics tell us that in New Brunswick, we now sustain more deaths than births. The Atlantic region has the second lowest fertility rate in Canada, and the population in the Atlantic region has aged twice as fast as Alberta since 1971, meaning that now the median age is 8 years older than Alberta. The other factor that we must consider is that Atlantic Canada has not kept up with the rest of Canada when it comes to immigration statistics. In 2006, Canada received 250,000 immigrants. Although Atlantic Canada makes up roughly 7% of the total Canadian population, less than 2% of immigrants declared Atlantic Canada as their intended destination. Of those, only 40% were expected to stay, and 90% intended to live in urban areas of the region. Madam Speaker, we have passed the point where we can repopulate without intervention. We will not naturally become a younger society again, our workforce will not naturally expand, and investments will not come easily to our region if we stay the course. The reality is that although the impact of this phenomenon is seen clearly in Atlantic Canada today, the entire country has an aging population, which is only compounded in the east by outmigration to other provinces. Atlantic Canada is the canary in the coal mine, but we have proven time and time again that we are nimble and adaptive and that there is still much room for optimism. Madam Speaker, I recognize that the natural inclination to increase the economic outlook in Atlantic Canada may be for governments to remain laser-focused on job creation, and it clearly is a critical component to any plan for the future. However, the Ivany report states that we cannot sustain economic growth over time unless renewed population growth provides us more workers, more entrepreneurs, and more consumers. Over the last several decades, Atlantic Canada has tried to renew economic growth without a focus on immigration, and the result has been continued loss of skilled workers and educated youth to other regions, and also limited investment. After reading countless reports and studies on the population and economic issues of Atlantic Canada, the most promising news is that the increasing immigration could quite possibly turn the tides. A research paper funded by Citizenship and Immigration Canada in December 2008 and written by academics from St. Mary's University and Halifax and the University of Prince Edward Island looked at the socio-economic profiles of immigrants in the 4 Atlantic provinces. This report shows that immigration has actually already been working in our favor. The report states that immigrant inflows in Atlantic Canada have helped slow population decline. And had there been no immigration between 1996 and 2001, the region's population decline would have been 16.5% higher than the actual decline. During 2001 to 2006, this decline would have been 93.6% higher without immigration. My own research suggests that from 2006 to 2011, immigration contributed to 53% of the total population growth in Atlantic Canada. Madam Speaker, I understand people's reservations concerning the need for more immigrants in Atlantic Canada at a time when people are leaving the region because of the lack of meaningful employment. However, studies have shown a direct correlation between economic growth and immigration. In fact, one only needs to look back over the history of Canada to realize that Canada has always experienced growth by welcoming immigrants. We have seen time and time again that those who take the initiative to move to the greatest country of the world not only settle and make their way, but they often invest, grow businesses, and employ people. In Fundy Royal, we only need to look as far as the nearest farm, our successful local chain of hotels, the popular eating establishments, the arts community, and the industrial supplier to see what healthy, diverse, sustainable immigration can do for the region, and how many jobs can be created through increased immigration. The Ivany Commission report also states that one rarely hears serious arguments that higher rates of international immigration have been bad for Canada over the long term. Immigration and economic expansion are mutually reinforcing, and both are necessary if the future outlook is to improve. Madam Speaker, we need to start talking about the success stories related to immigration in order to counter the most common fear to immigration in Atlantic Canada. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board has said that this fear is often simply the fear of the unknown. The recent welcoming of Syrian refugees in Atlantic communities has demonstrated Atlantic Canadians can be warm and welcoming to newcomers. And in many cases, it has given them the opportunity to experience the value that newcomers bring to a community. Madam Speaker, we also must consider that in 2001, the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency analyzed the regions of Atlantic Canada where immigrants settled and suggested that immigrants do settle in counties with higher unemployment rates, yet they experience a lower unemployment rate relative to the total resident population. This observation points to the possibility that often immigrants are working in jobs that local residents are not willing to take, or that these particular counties' unemployment levels may be of a structural nature, and that local labour pool does not possess the qualifications to fill the vacant jobs. What we are seeing now is that while federal and provincial governments have many policies and programs in place to help workers receive training and education needs for the jobs available, the projected vacancies are far more that can be filled by Atlantic Canadians alone. Immigration can help address the skill shortages, holding back economic development and improving the region's prospects. For example, just last week, I visited J.D. Irving Limited's Maritime Innovation Limited Laboratory in Sussex, New Brunswick, where I was advised that the company is looking to hire 7,278 people over the next 3 years in its diverse operations in Canada. Achieving this goal for them means a focus on keeping New Brunswickers at home, as in the case of the company's recent hiring of 47 workers that worked at the closed potash mine. As well, they're looking at growing talent at home through partnerships with local universities and community colleges. Welcoming newcomers to make Canada home is also part of their strategy. A good example is Mr. Malai Manoharan, a scientist employed at the laboratory. Malai came to Canada from India to study agriculture at the Truro campus at Dalhousie University. He achieved his Master's of Science degree and was hired by the company to contribute to research and innovation here in New Brunswick. He is currently applying for permanent residency status in Canada. Two of the fastest growing cities in Atlantic Canada are Halifax and Moncton, and both mayors are looking to immigration as a means of growth because they project that job vacancies in their cities will exceed the current workforce. In the words of Mayor Mike Savage in Halifax, instead of calling people come from a ways, we need to tell them come from away. It's also important to note that building more diverse communities in Atlantic Canada will help us in repatriating friends and family who have migrated to other parts of Canada. Those people still come home every chance they get because they do love the lifestyle of Atlantic Canada. In order to bring them home again permanently, we're going to need outside sources to match to the thousands of jobs which have gone unfilled for over a year and existing businesses who do have the potential to create new economic opportunities. As a country, we have an opportunity right now to study the narrative of Atlantic Canada, and we develop immigration policy as we develop immigration policy applicable in the region today and other provinces in the future. Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to inform the House that since I began work on this motion, a whole-of-government approach, the Atlantic Growth Strategy, was announced on July 4, 2016, as a series of evidence-based collaborative actions to enhance Atlantic Canada's economic performance. I would like to think that my work on this motion and the work of my team and colleagues has contributed to the government's decision to include a 3-year employer-driven immigration pilot program to attract and retain newcomers in Atlantic Canada as part of the strategy. Currently, the federal government and the provinces are working together to identify policies that impact immigration, such as credential recognition and legislation like Bill C-6, which would allow 50% credit for time spent in Canada for international students wishing to continue on their path to citizenship. The Atlantic Canada Immigration Pilot is an opportunity to test innovative approaches that will help to enhance retention and potentially could be replicated in other provinces and territories depending on results. The pilot project will accept up to 2,000 more applications from immigrants plus their family members in 2017, with rising numbers in the following years depending on performance. In addition to the immigration pilot program, the Atlantic Growth Strategy focuses on 4 other important areas: innovation, clean growth and climate change, trade and investment, and infrastructure. The initiative has been well received by the Atlantic provincial premiers, the Atlantic business community, and think tanks such as the Atlantic Provinces Economic Council. More importantly, it has sparked a conversation that has people in the streets talking about where we need to go to really change our prospects for growth. In fact, just last week, I hosted a roundtable with local businesses, community leaders, and stakeholders who praised the initiative. After concluding the roundtable, I was very encouraged by a local business who wanted to continue the dialogue about how they could start thinking outside the box in order to welcome newcomers to the workforce and include immigration as part of their recruitment strategy. They came up with ideas such as having clusters of newcomers working together with support from other employees and management to make sure that they felt comfortable and had the opportunity to share ideas concerning safety and efficiencies. Madam Speaker, given the government's swift action on this file, I would be open to a friendly amendment to the motion that would focus the committee's work on the examination of retention and settlement with the view of bringing forward recommendations on best practices. This would include examining experiences flowing from the immigration pilot. Madam Speaker, Atlantic Canada has a long history of being resilient, a region settled by a distinct mix of British, Scottish, Gaelic, and French immigrants. The time has come for us to encourage the new visitors to stay and begin a new chapter in the history of the East Coast.
Unfortunately, the time is up, but I'm sure that you'd be able to probably finish some of your input into some of the questions and answers. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleague who's presented a motion calling for a study on immigration to the Atlantic provinces as a possible solution to the demographic challenge that the 4 eastern provinces are currently facing. I listened to her speech and she didn't really mention demographics for the Francophone population or Francophone communities in the 4 Atlantic provinces. We know there's a serious problem. 2% of immigration outside Quebec is Francophone. And the problem was raised by the Official Languages Commissioner in New Brunswick when she mentioned that New Brunswick was lagging behind English-speaking communities when it came to immigration. So I was just wondering how the Immigration Committee could deal with this issue of Francophone immigration to those 4 provinces. The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Speaker, I appreciate the honourable member's comments on this, and I believe it's important to focus on both English and French immigration in Atlantic Canada. I know that the province of New Brunswick has taken a particular focus on this and is already looking at immigration policies, and I would advise the committee to look at this in depth as well to see if there are ways to increase French immigration. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And thank you very much as well to the member from Fundy Royal for being a leader in our caucus, in the Atlantic Caucus, on this issue of immigration. Anyone in Atlantic Canada can immediately see the aging, how our population is aging, how there are fewer and fewer young families, and how we need to do something if we want to maintain our economic growth. I know that not only the member for Fundy Royal, but also the member for Central Nova and myself have all written articles on this topic in our local papers, and we've reached out and held roundtables on these topics. I would like to thank the Minister of Immigration, Canadian Citizenship for coming to Newfoundland and Labrador and hosting those with me. And it's a real testament to the work that's being done that this friendly amendment is being proposed around the notion of looking at retention of immigration in Newfoundland and Labrador and the other Atlantic Canadian provinces, and also on settlement and appropriately allowing newcomers to participate in our economy in an appropriate way, and also to help the local people learn to appreciate the newcomers and their things. So I would like to ask the member for Fundy Royal how she feels this particular amendment regarding settlement and retention services will affect the people of New Brunswick. Thank you.
A member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the very excellent question. I think there's a real opportunity here for the committee to study retention because, let's face the facts, we can't just attract people, but we need to be studying the ways that we can retain them in our communities and the ways that the communities need to be involved in this resettlement. And we know that immigrants are most likely to stay in the areas that they arrive when they are welcomed and they're provided support. And sometimes that's as easy as a drop-in visit to see how they're doing, and also making sure the support is there for their families as well. We need to make sure that their children are welcomed into schools. And I have to look back at the refugee project that this country has undertaken as a real success story, and how communities have shown that they are very excited to do this for newcomers. And there's been many wonderful stories about how they have welcomed refugees into their communities, and I look forward to the committee study on that as well.
We have time for a brief question. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I'd like to ask her whether, when it comes to Francophone immigration in areas where Francophones are in the minority, what is the government going to do to help those minorities and to help immigrants settle there? And is Francophone immigration to Western Canada going to be an asset too? The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. He's asked the question, what is the government going to do? And that's really not what this motion is about. The motion is about asking the Committee for Citizenship and Immigration to look at ways of increasing immigration. I agree that we need to look at the Francophone population as well and any specifics around that. This is about a study by the committee. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Madam Speaker, it is with combined efforts of every level of government and the welcoming nature of all Canadians that we continue to be a nation known for our warm reception of newcomers, providing the foundation for seamless integration into our society. We recognize that by promoting continued immigration, we stand to benefit both economically and culturally. Canada has been built upon the skills, the hard work, and the fresh perspectives of newcomers from around the world. And Canada's future success as a nation will also depend on incorporating the expertise and diversity that new Canadians offer. It is evident that these benefits are not being equally distributed across the nation, with some provinces receiving significantly fewer immigrants than others. Atlantic Canada is an example of this. The Atlantic provinces have had a much lower rate of immigration than the rest of the country, and the negative repercussions of this are very obvious. It is clear that steps must be taken to reverse the population decline in the region. Madam Speaker, we support this motion in that the Immigration Committee can help work towards finding methods of bringing long-term immigration to the Atlantic provinces. I hope that the committee will include suggestions for robust consultations with the provinces, as we know that this was something lacking when the Liberals announced the immigration levels plan earlier this year. What we are hearing is that the provinces would like more say into the immigration policies for their province, and one of the best ways to do so is that through the provincial nomination program. A part of the solution may include reevaluating the restrictive cap that the government has placed on the provincial nominee program, so that provinces can encourage immigration, which will find specific in the needs of the province. Economic growth in the Atlantic provinces will be dependent upon increasing stable, long-term immigration. This is why we hope initiatives like the PNP program are increased, as opposed to an increase in the temporary foreign worker program. which will not enable long-term growth. In order to be beneficial to the region, sustainable options should be explored. Under this Liberal government, so far, we have seen cuts to the economic immigration and no increases in the provincial nomination program. We are concerned with the interest that is being expressed by this government in revamping the temporary foreign workers program, as research has shown that it may result in decreased wages and lower working conditions, particularly in the fish processing industry. Although this may provide short-term relief to the Atlantic seafood processors, it allows the region to maintain below market wages, further contributing to the unemployment of the residents of the Atlantic provinces. We recognize the hard work of the people of the East Coast and that the way of the current economic downturn has affected them. And we wish to see current obstacles eliminated in reviving the struggling regional economy. Madam Speaker, there are many reasons why the government should abandon the focus on a short-term foreign contracts in exchange for long-term population growth. It is the Atlantic provinces of this nation that are the greatest need of a stable increase in population, and we believe that there are tangible ways to achieve this goal in a sustainable manner. Nova Scotia is a prime example of a province which would clearly benefit from an increased immigration, a fact which provincial leaders acknowledge and advocate for. Their population is both declining numerically and rapidly aging, and an influx of newcomers is necessary to reverse this negative trend. In 2014, Ray Ivani published a comprehensive report detailing the steps necessary to assist in Nova Scotia's economic growth. This commission provided a strong case for increasing immigration to the province, stating that Nova Scotia must stabilize its population base and increase the number of working-age people if it wishes to sustain current levels of economic well-being, and recommended that the most effective way to do so would be increasing immigration in the province by 7,000 per year. However, this goal will be nearly impossible to reach until the Liberal government stops cutting economic immigration and starts consulting with the provinces. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotia is advocating for an increased quota in their provincial nominee program, with needs for the immigrants above and beyond the current federal cap. Julie Towers, the Chief Executive Officer of the province's Office of Immigration, recently spoke in the point at the Standing Committee on Public Accounts in Halifax. She highlighted Nova Scotia's success in the provincial nomination program, taking an average of 1 month to process an application compared to the approximately 6 months under the Federal Express Entry System. However, Towers admitted that the province is clearly limited by the federal cap. When the Minister of Immigration had been approached regarding this issue last spring, he responded with increasing the provincial cap by a mere 300 nominees, ambiguously but not completely vowing to look at the quotas for the next 3 years, while heavily pushing the government's significantly less effective express entry plan. In his speech to the Halifax Chamber of Commerce on March 15, 2016, the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration stated, and I quote, "I understand your message. You have to be an idiot not to understand." While this sentiment may be true, it would seem that the government is content with understanding, but is significantly less interesting in action. Nova Scotia is looking for a federal government who will support them in their time of need, a government that will not only acknowledge their concern, but actively address it. Madam Speaker, it is clear that long-term and sustainable immigration will have a positive impact on the Atlantic provinces. These are the types of initiatives that need to be taken in Atlantic Canada engagement that will truly make a difference in the cultural and economic outlook of Atlantic communities. Madam Speaker, if the intent of this federal government is to use the proposed study to find ways to make it easier for immigrants to settle in the communities in question, then it must certainly be positive. If the study brings awareness to the fact that the provincial nominee program is severely underutilized in provinces such as Nova Scotia, then we are confident that it is well worth the time investigating. Our hope is that the government would recognize the initiatives that have already been a success in bringing immigrants to the region, taking advantage of the advice of knowledgeable stakeholders such as Julie Towers, who has nothing but praise for the results of the provincial nominee program. Programs such as these provide provinces and territories with the opportunity to nominate individuals who want to live in the region. This is precisely the type of program that a province such as Nova Scotia needs, bringing individuals into the communities who have already expressed interest in making it their place of residence. This also allows for the Atlantic provinces to nominate candidates with relevant skills and education to fill their workforce deficit. Programs such as these are both allow for the Eastern provinces to welcome new community members and grow their stagnating economy at the same time. This is particularly relevant due to the fact that Newfoundland and Labrador, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and Prince Edward Island are all among the provinces participating in the provincial nominee program, with each respective province running its own program to find talented individuals that fit their specific workforce needs. Initiatives like the provincial nominee program do not only benefit the provinces, they also benefit the individual. An immigrant who has specifically chosen the region as a desired place of residence will be much more content with the decision. And due to this selection, we have had a better chance of using their specific skills set effectively within the community. And this, as a byproduct, improves the nation as a whole, boosting both the economy and public morale. It is time for this government to recognize that in moments of economic difficulty, as the Atlantic provinces are experiencing, sunny ways will not always do the job, and that the hard work is necessary, not just empty promises and ambiguous talking points. If this study moves beyond hypothesizing and results in action, relieving the red tape, restricting the East Coast from welcoming the immigrants, it needs the motion, and it has our support. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased today to rise in this House. You know, Mr. Speaker, I am the finance critic for my party, the NDP, and I am also the critic for ACOA. And I represent the caucus for Atlantic Canada. That gives me the opportunity. It gave me the opportunity this summer to go through the 4 maritime provinces, to meet with different organizations, different community members in all 4 provinces, and it was a wonderful experience. But it also showed me the challenges that people from Atlantic Canada are facing. They are very resilient, but the challenges are many. The demographic issue is one of their challenges, and the member for Fundy Royal, thanks to this motion, wants to draw this House's attention to this matter. And I'd like to thank her for bringing this motion forward. It would have been simple to talk to the Citizenship Committee, though, to ask them to undertake this study. But the fact that the motion was presented in this House can only draw attention to this concern, and that is a good thing. Now, when we talk about the challenges
that people in Atlantic Canada are facing, obviously there is the demographic challenge. And the demographic challenge is not only in terms of the number of Atlantic Canadians year after year that live there, but it's also the question of the aging of the population. And when we're looking at the situation all across the country, we're seeing that this problem is very acute in Atlantic Canada. Now, is immigration the solution to that problem? It might be, or it might not be, and that will be up to the committee to actually study this question. But one problem that we could see in terms of immigration being the lone solution to this aging problem is the fact that for this immigration, we need to actually have an economic environment that's conducive to retaining them after they have arrived. And when we're looking at the situation in Atlantic Canada, we're seeing a problem of an exodus problem coming from the youth population. La raison pour laquelle on voit
The reason we are seeing this youth exodus is largely because much of the Atlantic province's economy, and obviously this varies according to the region in particular, is still a seasonal economy. It is still an economy that brings together a number of precarious jobs or vulnerable jobs. So if people want to stay in that region, they need good quality jobs. they need jobs that ensure a certain amount of security and stability when people want to, for example, start a family and settle down in the Atlantic provinces. So I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that this will probably be one of the main questions that the study will have to study if this motion is adopted. And I can say at the outset that I will be voting in favor of this motion. I'm going to say this in French. One of the reasons why I asked the question about Francophone immigration of the member is that often this question is simply sidestepped. When we look at the situation across Canada, except for Quebec, we can see that the immigration to the other 9 Canadian provinces, with regard to Francophones, they represent only 2% of the immigrant population. 2%. And so obviously the Francophone communities in the Atlantic and elsewhere in Canada are at a very high risk of assimilation and the possibility that they can contribute to the economy of their province. And since immigration is more concentrated on English speakers, is a certain risk to the vitality of those Francophone communities, which are really surrounded by a sea of Anglophones. And I'm not the only person saying so. The alarm has been sounded by Catherine D'Entremont, who is the Official Languages Commissioner in New Brunswick. In 2014, she pointed out that immigration in the Francophone communities, which represent 1/3 of New Brunswick's population, it was not as beneficial for the Francophone communities as it was for the Anglophone communities. And if there is no change, then immigration will start to change the face of New Brunswick in terms of French-speaking demographics. And this would be a danger for those Acadian communities in New Brunswick. The member for Fundy Royal talked about the pilot project. We've started to hear details. We started to hear details about that in July. We're going to be focusing and monitoring this pilot project. It seeks to stimulate immigration, not only with regard to the arrival of immigrations, but their retention. But for now, there are very few details on this pilot project. We don't know how much money will be invested. We don't know what the conditions of the pilot project are, nor how its success will be evaluated. So what we can see now, we know that there will be 2,000 immigrants that will be who will be welcomed to the Atlantic provinces, and hopefully they will stay there. I would like to be able to see concrete gestures on the part of the government, especially with regard to economic diversification. If those immigrants are to stay in Atlantic Canada, then they need a more stable economy. I talked about the kind of vulnerable and precarious jobs that exist in that region and in many of its industries. And something that I found very disappointing, something that I learned early in the summer, is that with regard to the temporary foreign workers program, which is being restricted because it was abused in past years, is to see that the price of fish, or rather that the fish processing industry received an exemption. So the restrictions in this program forced some industries to offer temporary foreign workers higher salaries so that they could get more people on board. It meant that they could offer them training programs that will improve the retention of employees, and further to pressure exerted by the fish processing industry. Unfortunately, the government allowed fish processing plants to welcome temporary or hire temporary foreign workers if they couldn't hire local people. And I think that that's a step backwards, because temporary foreign workers are not the solution in the current context of demographics. They are workers who come and they end up leaving. They don't actually stay in the region in which they're working. So it was disappointing that the government decided to go down that road. The member's motion seeks to deal with the broad question of immigration, and I hope that it will also deal with temporary foreign workers and the impact that this program has on employment and the economy in the Atlantic provinces. I hope that this matter will be studied very closely by the committee, because I think that this is something that will have to be rectified to ensure the success of this study.
The NDP will vote in favor of this motion. I don't think we can be opposed to the fact of studying the demographic question of Atlantic Canada, the question not only of the population levels, but also the question of the aging of the population. Atlantic Canada has a very specific makeup that makes it actually concern that needs to be taken up by this House, by the committee. I certainly hope that the committee will take its work seriously in that regard, and I'm looking forward to be able to contribute in some manner to the work of this committee. We certainly wish the success of this work, and for this House to finally be able to find some solution that will help Atlantic Canadians to redynamize their economies, their communities, because they have done a lot for Canada, and it's time for Canada to give back as well to them. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm happy for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. As you know, today we're considering a motion that would instruct the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration to undertake a study on immigration to Atlantic Canada. I'd like to first of all commence by thanking my colleague, the Honourable Member for Fundy Royal, for introducing this very important motion and for her dedicated service to the people of her riding and throughout Atlantic Canada.
Bravo.
On behalf of the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, I would like to affirm what now sounds like it's pretty much unanimous, Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada's full agreement with the Honourable Member's motion, and to encourage everyone in this House to join me in supporting motion M39. Madam Speaker, this motion proposes that a study on immigration to Atlantic Canada consider, among other things, quote, the challenges associated with an aging population and shrinking population base. Atlantic Canada certainly faces a number of demographic challenges. A number of the speakers have already referred to this. That includes declining fertility rates and the long-standing trend of young residents leaving the region to settle and work elsewhere. According to the latest figures from StatsCan, Madam Speaker, Atlantic provinces have the highest proportion of residents aged 65 or over and are among the provinces with the lowest proportion of residents aged 14 and under. The motion also proposes that the study consider, quote, possible recommendations on how to increase immigration to the region. Indeed, Atlantic Canadians face a number of challenges in both attracting and, importantly, retaining immigrants, and this is a theme that I'm going to return to. In 2014, and we've heard some of these statistics, 6.7% of the population lived in Atlantic Canada, but the region only accepted 3.1% of new immigrants. As well, we had a recent government study which found that about 40% of all new immigrants who arrived in the region between 2006 and 2011 actually moved on to other regions. Given those kinds of demographic and statistical realities, it's entirely appropriate and timely that the Standing Committee thoroughly study this issue in order to make thoughtful recommendations that will benefit the economic and social development of Atlantic Canada. Madame la Présidente, nous savons par...
Madam Speaker, we know through experience that Canadians are very interested in this matter. There is a strong recognition in Atlantic Canada of the role that immigrants play in economic stability and growth. During our recent national tour and our role in bringing Syrian refugees, Atlantic Canada was very keen in its support.
At a meeting of federal, provincial and territorial ministers, Nova Scotia's immigration minister, who herself is the daughter of immigrants, proudly noted that her province is taking in almost 5 times the number of refugees it normally takes in a single year. Indeed, support for increased immigration has been expressed recently by all provincial governments in the context of the Syrian crisis. but specifically all Atlantic premiers have voiced support for the resettlement of refugees in their region. And we should underline here the importance of cooperation between this federal government and the 4 premiers in Atlantic Canada who have been participating, actively collaborating, working on the Atlantic growth strategy with our government. The government specifically of both Nova Scotia and New Brunswick have indicated that they would welcome an even higher number of refugees. But refugees are only one part of the story, Madam Speaker. Our immigration system also has programs for reuniting families and for recruiting and attracting economic immigrants. And under one of our economic immigration programs, the Provincial Nominee Program, participating provinces and territories develop economic streams tailored to their regional needs and nominate candidates on the basis of their ability to contribute to the regional economies. And this was raised directly by the Conservative member opposite, so I would just point out to her and her colleagues that part of the pilot project that we are announcing, that we've already promoted and will commence next year, actually specifically deals with speed and space. And what I mean by that, Madam Speaker, is that this pilot program would provide provinces, including the Atlantic Canadian provinces, with a significant number of additional nominations outside of the current provincial nominee program allocation, addressing precisely what has been raised by the members opposite. But what's important, Madam Speaker, to underline here is that we have a situation where what we're trying to do is address the statistical reality. For example, in 2005, only 1.5% of new immigrants to Canada were destined for any of the Atlantic provinces. By 2014, thanks in part to the PNP, that percentage doubled to more than 3.1. Is there still room for more growth? Absolutely, Madam Speaker. Since the introduction of express entry in 2015, Atlantic provinces have been given the opportunity to bring in even more immigrants than ever before. As we know, Atlantic Canada has a lot to offer potential immigrants. Diverse economies, welcoming communities, terrific parliamentary representatives, incredible geographic beauty, and a picturesque lifestyle that is the envy of many. And I'll add to that, Madam Speaker, just by the by, that I know about this firsthand, having married a townie from the wonderful province of Newfoundland. The region has also capitalized on its existing learning, research, and innovation advantages through its strong post-secondary institutions, some of which were mentioned by the member from Fundy Royal, which have helped to attract a growing number of international students. Atlantic Canada's supportive business environment and entrepreneurial culture has also facilitated the arrival of many immigrant entrepreneurs who have started small businesses and are providing a very necessary solution to business succession needs in the region. But in spite of the many positives, Madam Speaker, there are still issues that warrant further study, as has been recommended by this motion. For instance, of all the immigrants who landed in the Atlantic provinces between 2006 and 2011, as I said, only 60% was still resident in their original province of destination in 2011, compared with 90% who remain in Western provinces and 93% who remain in Ontario. So what explains this phenomenon, Madam Speaker? Well, as the Minister has learned during extensive consultations in the region just this past summer, many newcomers leave Atlantic Canada for economic reasons, because the region has, unfortunately, a higher than average unemployment rate. Others leave for socio-cultural reasons. They're drawn to relatives or larger diaspora communities in bigger, more diverse urban centres, such as Toronto, Montreal, or Vancouver. So clearly, a study on immigration to Atlantic Canada must have a strong focus on fostering strategies to both successfully integrate and successfully retain immigrants in the region. And again, that's that retention point, Madam Speaker. The Government of Canada's support for this motion to study increased immigration to Atlantic Canada is consistent with our desire for an open, accepting, and generous immigration system. But we would also suggest for any study of this sort, the committee collaborate with other committees studying related areas. Temporary foreign workers has been raised by the NDP member opposite. We would also encourage the committee to engage with the provincial governments that I'd mentioned, the provincial premiers who have first-hand expertise. We would also suggest, and has been mentioned twice now in this House today, that the committee pay particular attention to the role of official languages in increasing immigration to Atlantic Canada. La grande majorité des communautés francophones.
Most Francophone communities in a minority situation in Atlantic Canada see a major drop in their population and would greatly benefit from an increase in the number of Francophone immigrants.
For overall support for this motion, I do move a small amendment, a friendly amendment to the member from Fundy Royal's motion, and it would be as follows. Madam Speaker, I move, and this is seconded by the member from Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe, that the motion be amended by replacing all of the words after the Roman numeral 2 with the following, quote, retention of current residents and the challenge of retaining new immigrants, comma, Roman numeral 3, possible recommendations on how to increase immigration to the region, comma, Roman numeral 4, analysis of the Atlantic immigration pilot initiatives associated with the Atlantic Growth Strategy, semicolon, and that the committee report its findings to the House within 1 year of the adoption of this motion. On that basis, Madam Speaker, I strongly support motion M39, the motion we are debating today, as does the government, and I encourage all of the members who are not present yet and have not heard this debate yet to join all of us in supporting this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It is my duty to inform honourable members that pursuant to Standing Order 93.3, no amendments may be proposed to a private member's motion or to the motion for second reading of a private member's bill unless the sponsor of the item indicates his or her consent. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for Fundy Royal if she consents to this amendment being moved.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do consent to this amendment.
I move, seconded by the member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe, that the motion be... Oh, sorry. The honourable member for Parkdale Hart Parks moves... Okay. Mr. Virani, seconded by Ms. Petitpot Taylor from Moncton Riverview Dieppe, that the motion be amended by replacing all of the words after the words to with the following: retention of current residents and the challenges of retaining new immigrants. 3, possible recommendations on how to increase immigration to the region. 4, analysis of the Atlantic immigration pilot initiatives associated with the Atlantic Growth Strategy, and that the committee reports its findings to the House within 1 year of the adoption of this motion. The motion is admissible. Resuming debate. Reprise au débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to say that here in Canada, we have the opportunity of offering a welcoming and prosperous environment for new immigrants. This is possible thanks not only to the efforts of the federal government, but also to those of provinces, municipalities, and especially the citizens who welcome these citizens from other countries who have chosen to build their future here in Canada with their families, but especially to find a job. Across Canada, immigrants have a positive effect on our country. They encourage pluralism and economic growth, and the OECD has already indicated how beneficial immigration is for the economy of our country. The OECD has reported that immigration improves the labor market, addresses the needs of certain industries, and the immigrants who arrive in Canada, and we must not forget this, come to Canada with skills and training that contribute not only to their prosperity, but also to the economic prosperity of Canada. However, the economic benefits of immigration are not equally distributed among provinces. The Atlantic provinces always have lower immigration levels at a time when economic growth is necessary. This is particularly troubling because the Liberal government did not adequately consult the provinces before presenting its last report on immigration levels. Given these circumstances and given the lack of consultation with the provinces, we support the intent of this motion, that is to study how we can ensure long-term immigration in Atlantic Canada. We encourage the government to consider immigration stemming from initiatives like the Provincial Nominee Program. This program allows the provinces and territories to choose immigrants who have the experience and skills that are appropriate to their specific needs. Madam Speaker, immigration can stimulate the growth in Atlantic Canada, but it must be sustainable and long-term, contrary to immigration stemming from initiatives like the Temporary Foreign Worker Program. We believe that short-term solutions will not help bring about long-term change. Whereas sustainable long-term immigration can play a key role in the growth of the economy of the Atlantic region, we can say that the use of the temporary foreign worker program to stimulate the economy will bring only short-term benefits, and therefore no significant demographic change. We do not support an increase in the temporary foreign worker program, go well beyond the fact that it's only a short-term solution. The fish processing industry is an excellent example of the problems with short-term solutions. Research shows that this industry's dependence on temporary foreign workers can bring about a decrease in salaries and can undermine working conditions. This is bad for both Canadians and for foreign workers. With an unemployment rate of 10.1% in Newfoundland and 8.8% in New Brunswick, I believe that it is essential to give Canadians, the citizens of Atlantic Canada, the tools they need to find work and to earn fair wages. Although fish plants in Atlantic Canada are a reasonably considerable source of jobs in their respective regions, there is a major difference between the average annual salaries of the workers there and the average annual salary in Canada. According to Service Canada, the average annual salary of a worker in a fish plant is $26,800. as compared to the average annual salary for all professions in Canada, which is $50,300. That is a difference of over $23,000, and that is considerable if we remember that the presence of temporary foreign workers in the fish processing industry could be one of the causes of low salaries and the high unemployment rate. When our previous government indicated that changes were going to be made to the temporary foreign worker program, employment in the fish processing industry was one of the major concerns. What I have just mentioned lead us to one single conclusion, Madam Speaker. Targeting long-term immigration is the most promising way to attract new citizens and to stimulate economic growth in Atlantic Canada. That is why the government should consider the provincial nominee program, which allows provinces to select the workers they need instead of increasing the number of workers under the temporary foreign worker program. Recently, Madam Speaker, the Ivany Commission presented measures that could help economic growth in Nova Scotia. The recommendations range from the growth of new businesses to an increase in immigration. The Ivany report also recommended that the number of new immigrants to Nova Scotia should be increased to 7,000 per year in order to stimulate economic growth in that province. Maybe the government would have heard these concerns if the Liberals had taken the time to consult the provinces before presenting their last report on immigration levels. Madam Speaker, an increase in long-term sustainable immigration would likely have had a positive impact on the Atlantic provinces. Immigrants become full-fledged, active participants in the local economy. They find work, they start businesses, they participate in community programs, and in fact, they become citizens who participate fully in their communities. By encouraging the government to target immigration through the provincial nominee program, we can build stronger communities for increased prosperity in the region. The provincial nominee program offers the type of commitment that could have a real sustainable effect in Atlantic Canada and stimulate the economy for the good of all residents. Unfortunately, the government chose not to increase the number of candidates to this program, even though it could have done so. That is troubling for the Atlantic provinces because this program could have stimulated their economic growth. Madam Speaker, I hope that this study will give the directions needed so that the federal government will begin to increase immigration in the region and listen and be attuned to the needs of the provinces. According to the Government of Canada website, the provincial nominees are chosen based on their skills and their education and their work experience. We should also note that the CIC assessment of 2010 said that most provincial governments prefer the provincial nominee program because it has benefits such as a better ability to respond to immediate labor needs and provincial priorities, the ability to attract workers who want to settle outside of major urban centres, and shorter processing times. The Liberals should take this assessment into account, especially since they chose, once again, I repeat this, not to consult the provinces before presenting their report on immigration levels. One of the major benefits of this program, Madam Speaker, is its flexibility, which allows provinces to obtain the type of immigrants they need according to their requirements. So the eligibility requirements should vary as well. Now, I could have gone on and on, but yes, we will be supporting this motion, and we will work very hard to improve the economy in the Atlantic provinces. Thank you.
Alors, en tant que le temps s'écoule,
Since the time provided has expired, the member will have 2 minutes the next time that this motion is addressed here in the House.
the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Comme il est 14.
It being 2:30, this House stands adjourned until Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to 24(1).
Thank you.